Welcome everyone here to the final day of the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Highland Wolf and I'm here with the one and only DK. DK, it is the final day of these women's tournaments and it's going to be an exciting 6 matches. It's all come down to what these ladies can do in the finals, these top 16 teams across, of course, these next 6 games. Are you excited for these next few matches?
Yeah, it seems like I've had myself on mute, so let me maybe unmute myself. So I think it is going to be a very exciting day looking at what our teams are going to be doing. Yesterday, we had 6 different winner-winner chicken dinners come through, and I'm going to be curious to see, who's going to be looking to up the ante, maybe trying to secure their second chicken dinners in today's games.
Look, it's all about securing those chicken dinners, but it's also about securing that prize money at the end of the day. 2DK, $7,000 up for grabs for these ladies. And also, you two at home can grab yourselves a bunch of rewards because we'll be giving out 25,000 UC as well as also a 10,000 UC code at some point through the night. So there's plenty of opportunities for you viewers at home to join in on the action too. DK, I'm really stoked to see who gets that 10,000 dough and if they can put it in the chat because I want to know.
I'd say I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, 10,000 UC, that's a hefty amount of UC to come through. I mean,
oh, yeah.
You'd be able to do an immense amount with 10,000 UC. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited to see if we're going to have one of our viewers on the English broadcast being able to get their hands on that award. Again, if you do, hit us up in the chat. We'd love to give you a big shout out, for being the fastest fingers first with regards to that UC claim.
Look, I mean, we've got to talk about these teams as well and what they've claimed so far out of our first 6 games yesterday. The overall standings leaving Rook Dreamcore at the top with 67.0 DK and Eagles very close behind them. Galatasaray, Kasich and Denny's Bank Wildcats all there in 3rd, 4th, 5th position close, and again another slight drop off. We are looking, I think, at some upsets hopefully happening today. Yesterday was a very mixed bag on who was getting those chicken dinners. As you can see, the top and the bottom of those left side standings with chicken dinner wins.
I mean, it's going to be a tough day, though. I think the team to beat here, aside from the obvious Rook Dreamcore that we have sitting at the top of the board, right? The team to beat is going to be, well, Rook Dreamcore, because they've been just so consistent on all 3 maps, right? Erangel, Murmur, Sanok, they are within the top 3 with regards to the amount of points that they've been able to secure. So if anybody is going to be looking to dethrone Rook Dreamcore from their pole position, they're going to have to bring everything they can muster into today's 6 matches.
Yeah, and I think this is what it's about, is also Rook being a great performer on all of the maps, and Eagles as well being a great performer in terms of equally the eliminations. And I think I'm also curious to see if Eagles can step it up. There was a sort of downcline in the middle of the day yesterday, which is why we see Eagles not there at the top, and therefore Rook above them. I also would like to see Galatasaray as well step it up a little bit more. I think, yes, they are in 3rd position. They did feel slightly quiet apart from their one big win that they did end up getting. And I actually hope that we can see more from them. And of course, more from those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard as well. There were some big upsets there as well when we think about Digital Athletics coming from still the biggest win in a single match in the tournament, yet still only on 12 points, down in that 15th position.
Yeah, it is quite surprising to see Digital Athletics holding to that position as they played a completely different game within their respective phase, all the way back in phase number 1. So I want to see even more of that now come more to the foreground because looking at the performances that they brought in yesterday, Erangel was definitely the match in which they performed the best out of the 3. But, Sanok, they got not a single point. So I definitely think if they are going to be looking to advance a little bit further up the leaderboard, we'll have to see a lot more focus being applied not only to Sanok but to Murmur as well.
Yeah, and I think also it's not just digital athletics in this boat, right? We also have to look at the likes of Fenerbahce, Sliver, and some of these other teams who we expected to be a bit more aggressive and need to show us now today what they can bring to the table. Of course, nothing shy of aggressiveness coming from these top 5 eliminations and these ladies. On the screen, Sonia Axe here going to be on the top with 17 eliminations. And then Amaya, yes, did equally just behind her. Voodoo going to be in third there with 13 eliminations, and Fayano, we talked about how consistent she is, still on that leaderboard with 12 eliminations there, and Leora as well bring up that 5th position spot. 2 of those players, however, you've got to remember from Kasich Limerence, and I think this also speaks to actually how Kasich came into these finals. I think as one of the biggest aggressors of the lobby so far compared to some of the other teams in these finals.
Yeah, I mean, Gazik, as I said yesterday, I'm just so extremely impressed with, the fact that they were able to get themselves situated into the top 4 and being one of only 2 teams within the top 8 that are holding without a winner chicken dinner to their name, at least not in the finals itself. So, I mean, that speaks volumes as to the capability coming through here from KZ Glimmerance. And as you pointed out, having 2 of their players here, it just shows why they've been able to secure themselves 35 eliminations in yesterday's matches.
Yeah, and that's only through also mostly to these top 2 players. And I think it also there speaks to equally the support of these players' teammates coming through as well. And that's what it really has come down to, I think, in also our top teams, is I really want to look at not just the flashy eliminators, but also the support players, right? Often underappreciated or underrepresented on graphs like these. Yeah, they still do so much work, DK, in terms of bringing the team together and setting up the position and the platform for these ladies to do their work.
Yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenal platform, and they are doing an absolutely stand-up job. I mean, there's nothing that one can really fault about how these ladies are playing their way through these games. I mean, it's competitive, it's contentious. Just take a look at the leaderboard, and you'll see exactly the situation. But I think today is going to be the big decider. Looking to see if not only these 5 ladies that we have here, but everybody in the lobby, all 64, 63 of them, are going to be able to up the ante and bring even more improvement to their gameplay.
Yeah, and I think this is also going to have to be through the consistency as well. I mean, we talked about it now more than ever. I think coming into the last day here, TK, we've got to really put the, not even capital letter, but the full emboldened text, full caps, inside 72 text as well on consistency. That one word has to come through from these players if they want to be able to claim the top prize and the champion title here at the mid-season showdown, as we are going to be heading straight into our first of 6 matches already here, DK. It's going to be, and keep in mind, there are going to be 2 more matches of each of these maps. So we're going to start off with Erangel, Miramar into Sanhok, then back to Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel to finish off the night as well.
Yep, and we are going to come in full circle, so there is a lot to be discovered to see exactly what the pacing is going to be. So I think there's a lot of anticipation riding on the first match. As you've already pointed out, these teams have grinded through match upon match upon match, playing so many games just to make it to this point, and they still have a few more to go, right? After this, there's still 5 additional plays. So, best of luck to all the teams. We hope that they are going to be able to smash this one out of the park, but it's got to start somewhere. And I'm hoping to see a little bit of that pressure play now coming up into Savoni, seeing that we've got 2 teams with a bit of a hot drop.
Yeah, and this is, I think, where we might start to see those contentions come through, DK, in terms of hot drops and early fights breaking out to remove some of those top leaders right now in the tournament and be able to then capitalize off of their leaving in the game to get the points themselves, those other squads at the bottom of the leaderboard, and bring them back up into contention. This zone is also going to be a fairly standard one. It's going to include down to that Sovnovka Island. You can see their Eagles as well going to make a rotation directly down to Novo, so going to be clear from a lot of that action more in the central belt. Here, as you can see, again, Georgia Pole still around the Roshok area with KYS and Rook going to be these big contention points in the start of Erangel again.
Yeah, and we gotta love these contention points because that is gonna be the stoker to the fire that we'll be seeing at a later stage. But for the time being, I mean, everybody pretty much respecting the space side, of course, from what we have happening up in towards Savoni. But I think there's nothing wrong with a little bit of that hot and heated gameplay coming through. I mean, Pain definitely gonna have to try and step it up as they are gonna be contesting against the side there of Fenerbahce. But that's exactly what we want to have, right? This is the finals. This is make or break situations here.
Yeah, and I think this is precisely the point, is that if these teams who are on, of course, the right side of the leaderboard, as we say, they need to get these points, why not start doing it at the start of the day when you have still those games ahead of you, when you start to play a little bit more risky at the start of the final day, and you can get these eliminations, you can remove other teams out, as we said, from the lobby and put them into not only a difficult state in terms of points, but of course a difficult state mentally, because with you getting that confidence at the start of the day with that team fight, you also inevitably will knock the confidence of some of these other teams starting out in the night as well.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to be able to maybe push the envelope, right? Because I know we've been talking about envelopes in previous phases, like in phase 3.
What are you shipping to me?
Hopefully a lot of carnage, right?
You see
That's
codes?
what we're going to hope.
Is that what we're going to see later?
It could be. It could be. Definitely could be. But again, right, there is a little bit of pressure now riding on the shoulders here for all our involved teams. And I mean, I'm excited to see where the first bit of action is going to start to come through. Savoni surprisingly quiet, right? One would have expected Pain and Fenerbahce really to lock into an aggressive start, but that doesn't seem to be the case at the current moment.
Yeah, and we saw this actually as well in yesterday, where Fenerbahce and Pain, Fenerbahce sort of ran it a bit, I would say. They ended up using a lot of utility. It didn't work out. The aggression, they were split, and Pain picked them off realistically one by one, even though they were trying to go for some sort of a team play. So Fenerbahce, I'm not surprised to see them actually pull back slightly on the trigger and be more defensive and just focus more on a position for themselves. They will have been aware, obviously, going to Savoni this time, that Pain ladies will have been around the same area again, naturally. Pain as well, the confidence, right, in terms of taking out Fenerbahce, they won't see that they have to move out of this area specifically for them. So this could affect them moving later on in the game if they do start to go naturally slower as well. Savoni isn't also one of those bigger locations, DK. So the terms of loot that they're going to gather, especially as two teams split here between this one location, will be less. If that zone does end up going towards the north, get down to the south, they may struggle when it comes later on.
But that's, that is all down to the map knowledge and how they plan to kind of work through their rotations. Because I think at this point, the teams have now had ample opportunity to get a good assessment as to which locations could maybe be a little bit more preferred, which other sides could maybe not be as preferable for their plays to be happening here. And I think, they've had quite a great showing just in how the matches were going yesterday, that a lot of that knowledge has been applied. And I think that is also quite reflected in just the kind of pacing we are experiencing currently in the start of this first match.
Yeah, and there's also patience as well. None of these teams wanting to make a mistake here, DK. They don't want to be the first to go out. Pain, they have got themselves one elimination point so far. Stezzy did pick up the first blood. Winnie as well, going to be again onto the roof. Sarah will be on this roadside wall. They are taking the same locations. This is also something that Fenerbahce could be eyeing up here if they have done their revision, done their homework. Pain Ladies are taking a very similar approach. Stezzy also quite far forward here. Going to have to hold onto the door. I like the use of the stun there. Nice move away equally by Stezzy to avoid the shots. Has to buy the time, looks for the angles, jumps over the wall, but too quick while they were still on the outside. The noise from the wall jumps over, and they grab one back. So Fenerbahce 1 for 1 so far.
Yeah, 1 for 1, good position to be in. Fair trade on either end. But, I mean, out of these two teams, this is going to be of way more importance to the side of the Pain Ladies. As we know, coming into today, they were sat on 8 points. So if they're going to be able to secure even more of a push onto Fenerbahce, this could be exactly what they now need to bring forward to just boost not only team morale, but their overall performance coming into these 6 matches.
Exactly, and this is something that we also mentioned, right, DK, in terms of those Phase 3 teams of the competition. They've been through the ringer when it comes to those games and through so many days of competition. They've got the experience, you could argue, in terms of all of those matches, in terms of understanding other teams. However, Fenerbahce are now new to them in a way where they haven't played against them since Phase 1, and also Fenerbahce are such an aggressive team. Now, Pain Ladies, it might be exhaustion, it might be inexperience, as we say, against Fenerbahce, but they are struggling, and equally so too are the other Phase 3 teams. Slytherin comes to mind as another one, right? Bonfire Female as a third, where a few of these teams haven't quite been able to get the start that they needed, and I think especially Bonfire Female was one of those squads where they have been pushed down compared to the fact that they actually did top out the leaderboard of Phase 3 and those 16 teams where only 6 of them were moving up to the finals.
I mean, it's a tough game to play around, right? But I mean, that is why we love it. That is why PUBG is so dang competitive, because, you know, there are so many factors that play into how a team performs. Speaking about factors, though, it is going to be, say, baby, now having to try and hold on, as we do see Fenerbahce prepping themselves for a little bit of a charge here, just trying to smoke up the road so they have a very comfortable push across the way. But I think the other bit of pressure that they are going to be feeling here, of course, is going to be the blue zone that they currently find themselves in, right? That just puts, I think, to some extent, a little bit of unnecessary pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, and they've seen this before here, DK, from yesterday. It went horribly wrong for Fenerbahce, and again they were stuck inside the blue. Pain Ladies, will they be able to pull off now a come together as two and eliminate Fenerbahce from the competition so far in this first match? Scissor, holding for now inside the house, won't want to step forward. Only now will do so once they have some more information on the movements in terms of the noise. You can see Sarah trying to find an angle. They have actually found one. Isula will go down. This will only delay now the push. Alina needs to get in there, and you can see the problem. They are so far from this zone here, DK. It has gone further down, naturally. We can see that by the number increasing to 2,000 meters. And Scissor, the rest of the health bars for them, it's not looking that great. Alina isn't also there, has to come forward, and again, Fenerbahce, they've scuffed what looks like this engage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough play. And I mean, of course, to add a little bit of a pressure to what these ladies are going through, we do see Lakers also now holding over on towards the western side. A very precarious rotation coming through from them, actually purposefully pulling up in towards Savoni, even though the blue zone has made its way on in. Now, it's down to Say Baby to see whether or not the Pain Ladies are going to be able to survive this continued onslaught, but Fenerbahce going to be trying to just save the day, save the play, and will they get the final hits? I mean, Say Baby just looking and clinging on to dear life.
Yeah, but the damage has been done, DK. They will grab the 3 eliminations. Lakers are there, but that's not the biggest problem. Look at the med kits that they had in the inventory. Slytherin's going to fall too. They only had 1 med kit and first aid kit on one of the players. I believe it was Alina. And they're going to have to hope that the rest of Pain Ladies had some more, because that's not going to be enough to get them 2,000 meters down into that zone. Never mind any fights that they might come across in terms of teams on their way to that zone or on the entrance as they finally do get towards the edge of that second phase.
It's going to be a tough play, though. They still have quite a bit of a way to go. So Lakers, Fenerbahce, all the best with the blue. In the meanwhile, the zone, of course, is going to be doing its thing as it's slowly starting to constrict and, of course, closing up to that new position who we see now is going to be centered up towards farm, at least for the time being. The next shift is going to be revealed very, very soon. But we also then see Kazik as well as the KR Lionesses getting into very close proximity down on towards that coastline. So I'm curious to see as to how Kazik, Luminance are going to be looking to fight their way through this potential bit of aggression they could be experiencing.
Yeah, not too surprised in terms of Kazik's probably they're comfortable with the fighting for now. The East Bank Wildcats, another one of these teams, I think have been very comfortable with especially the long range potential skirmishes and fights in terms of controlling the zones. We see the East Bank Wildcats, and I'm sure again once more later on Miramar, how controlling they can be in these big open spaces. Not surprised either, therefore, to see them in this location. There is a bit of a hill that will provide some protection, some forward aggression potential from here to KI Lionesses to step in towards the location. However, that other end is much more open, and that's also where you can see Denise Bank Wildcats are looking to keep that control of mainly. Bonfire Female, again looking over to the rest of Digital Athletics, is really the only big teams here to rotate down. Brute Force at Astro, we saw them moving into the zone on the north side. Lakers then about to have to move in as well. Only now is this third phase shifts where we start to see more teams look for those higher ground positions on potentially also for the coastal line as well. That protection that DC provides.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a tough one to play through. I also am looking at that lovely potato hill that we have available up in towards the northern reaches of the zone. But again, right, Lakers, Brute Force, KYS, there is a bit of an opportunity for both, or all three of these teams rather, to get themselves situated and try and capitalize on a bit of that extra added elevation available to them. KMG, also one of the teams that we were asking yesterday to step it up, and well, they delivered. Are going to be looking to get themselves also into an ever more slightly improved angle as they do take the run, going through the north, but Sesha taking so much damage.
Yeah, Sesha barely going to be able to get down here onto the house. You can see also Galatasaray going to be on that hillside as well. No surprise, I think, to see them also opt for this high ground. They have been one of these teams that will always look for that high ground opportunity if they can go for it. KMG much more comfortable when it comes to looking for the compounds here. They have actually done so through all three phases that they've competed so far on Erangel here, where they do look for these compounds in the central zone. They look to try and control their position. When they haven't, it has been a poor game from them, and they haven't had the best of results. So definitely more comfortable with the more skirmishes through the houses. Here, Digital Athletics as well. Speaking of, are just defending their position. As Bonfire Fimo have gone further closer here to Digital Athletics to look for potentially here a pot shot or some form of angle in. You can see Digital Athletics though going to take down Usra, which will stymie this push that they're trying to make.
Let's see whether or not Digital Athletics are going to be able to get themselves now pushed all the way across. We do see Macy now trying to just encroach here. But there's going to be a lot of plays now about to happen as Bonfire Female, Seren, will have to try and defend. Blair coming through with a beautiful follow-up. That is Usra down and out. And now down to a two-piece they go. Of course, Bonfire only starting off the proceedings here with a three-piece. So that is already going to be limiting their available options.
Yeah, Seren here as well. You mentioned it down to one, and it's actually them who need to defend their position. On the other end, Digital Athletics have been breached on the backside. Susu is there as well. They're going to look to grab one, but Seran's going to be blown sky high by the Digital Athletics, and now we're only down to Susu in not the place they want to be. Looks for the shots, but immediately just walks into the fire almost, but put down outside of the door. They will fall in Digital Athletics. A clean 3 eliminations for them. Very much needed in terms of getting themselves on the board this day.
I mean, that is exactly the kind of step up that we need to see come through from Digital Athletics. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking down into the rest of our lobby. As you can see, of course, a little bit of pressure getting applied there onto the side of Galatasaray as well. Feeling those sprays coming down on towards the loot crate. But then, as we look down on towards the coastline, that is where we see Kazik holding nice and steady. I mean, Yakut, as well as Eagles, also very close. And I'm curious to see just exactly what the play is going to come through, right, from that Eagle side, because as we've seen in the previous day, I mean, Eagles bringing in a very, very aggressive representation.
Yeah, Eagles were very aggressive in the start of their first game. In fact, they won the first game of the finals yesterday. So hoping to see this again come through. See the Eagles, they are aggressive. Not the Eagles they had that dip in terms of the aggression, in terms of the points. In the middle of the yesterday that we did see. Letty is going to be slightly split here. They are going for a wider move for now as they are controlling, looting up here the warehouses on the coastal line. And their position also speaks to us at the fact that they don't want to look for these fights. If they wanted to look for the fighters, they'd be much more comfortable. And Eagles did this again in the first game of yesterday, where they did take that house, and only when the zone pushed them in did they actually begin to take those fights and begin to see that aggression that we know Eagles can do.
Well, it is all going to be down to whether or not the Eagles are going to be looking to soar on high. Yet again, it is going to be Bianca cooking up a bit of a play. Got Segita just on the opposite end. I think this is such a great setup coming through for the Eagles. I mean, they've got good access to a lot of the hard cover, good mobility. They could also be bringing, they could be rather broad on through. As you can see in the feed, things are starting to boil over. We got Digital Athletics also coming through with a bit of a rush down on towards the southern edge.
Yeah, Eagles gonna have to now defend this spot. They have actually taken down here KMG and also Digital Athletics each other. Blair wrapping round into the ocean, sneaky. We'll have to see if that will affect Eagles in any way, as they are looking for that position just to survive inside of the zone. KMG, Sajita are looking to try burst down Digital Athletics, this member if they can. Instead goes opting back to the long range, only to get behind a truck just in time. As the long range won't be enough though. That vehicle blows up and KMG going to be down one now. Cry also looking for the next. They'll slip back under the beach line. KMG Esports stuck. Only one alive and only a burnt down shack to their name.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot here for Nina to try and make much of it. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Amaya now looking to add into the elimination tally that they've already got going. Quick molly over the top. That is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure onto KYS. So much so that this could be a 1v4 clutch up. But Amaya now trying to just nail the last few hits in. You can see Delicia, the last one, looking to contest against Amaya. Up comes the strafe. The push is there, but down goes Amaya instead. The rest of the team now from Kazik having to try and cover this one up.
And Kazik, they're looking to finish it up. They will be able to do so. Lovkaya, they need to also clear up this issue of the healing coming through. Amaya will be allowed to get back up, but a zone has moved away from them. Kazik need to move now downhill, and with KI Lionesses, you can see coming up behind that hill as well. Behind Kazik's push in, this could be a problem later on for them.
Yeah, but I think the big concern here is now going to be for Kazik to get themselves resituated back into a little bit more of a secure position moving forward in towards the zone. The same problem is going to come through here for Brute Force, but difficulty is going to arise from Galatasaray's position here, as you can see already. I mean, it is essentially under lockdown, right? And now it's going to be go time as the sprays start to flow on through. Brute Force trying to push on forward, but they are getting denied access. Such a power play coming through here from Galatasaray.
Yeah, I mean, Galatasaray keeping the strength here. They aren't in the zone, though, so this is only really a defensive move coming through from them to stop Brute Force. Also coming in, pinchering the side of Galatasaray as they move into the zone. They will need to get rid of Yagi here. The zone should do enough, and you can see the zone should trickle away the health bar. Eventually, Brute Force will fall, and now expect to see Galatasaray move further in. However, there is still another problem here with Wildcats stepping in as well. They have taken the opportunity to get in first. Lakers as well, already now past the side of the KI Lionesses, looking on to Kazik on the move in them to the zone as well. Kazik have got this position in zone, the higher ground for them. One tap stepping in to try finish off those knocked members. And will be able to do so. One tap finds it, and now they have to get in further, deeper into this zone. Stepping out slightly there to finish it off.
Yeah, good play going through here from Kazik Limerence, but now comes the hard work, right? The reposition, rotating forward yet again. I think this is a golden opportunity for a team like Galatasaray, who we see already pushed up towards that more northwestern side. There could be a great line of sight heading down towards them. Eagles still holding onto a good position here. I like this slight bit of repositioning that we've seen, a bit of a shuffle coming through as the Eagles are trying to get themselves situated in anticipation of Digital Athletics trying to push on forward.
Yeah, I mean, here, Rook Dreamcore as well. You can't forget them. They've been quiet so far today here too, DK, in his first match. Now up to 4 eliminations. Each of them a elimination to their name. Is they're looking on the edge of his hill. Over this smoke lies the rest of those players. Will now look to make that push inwards into the compound, down onto the beach. Eagle Esports are the one in control of this. There are a lot of vehicles in play, and the rush really could come through from a lot of these different teams. Rook, of course, we saw thinking about that move fast into the zone once those smokes do dissipate.
How's this one gonna pan out though? Bianca looking to see if they can maybe just find a bit of a vulnerability to let that nade loose. But so far, it seems like Rook are going to be stepping up to the plate as they are starting to just rip into the lobby. Blair with a quick response on towards Melcy G. But now, the pressure is on here. Bianca having to try and fend off Cry as well as Blair. They're going to be opting to apply themselves, moving on forward. Purple quickly trying to get the team back on their feet. They have to try and muster everything that they can find. But now Kazik knocking on the door as well. This is just tension upon pressure, upon everything starting to build.
And this is a problem for Eagles, as they aren't able to control this warehouse with all the mobility, the fast rush potential that so many of these teams have. And Wildcats, unfortunately, struggling here against the Acute on that northern frame, as all of those teams did move down, offering here Acute some ability to move now further in towards the Wildcats if they were trying to finish off for so long. Is working fantastic position from Bazumi over his high ground. Look at all of the opportunity, but also so risky as well. You can see everyone will know of Rook's position here. The information, though, that's the crucial thing. They don't have to get the eliminations as long as Bazumi can lead through the information to the rest of those Rook members. They can really start to pick off and find a great position inside of his zone with Bazumi's work.
I mean, Bazumi can definitely start buzzing up top there, but now it's going to be Bodo now feeling that sting as Bazumi locks it in. Down they go. The Dennisbank Wildcats also now getting sent away. They'll have to settle for that 7th place. But speaking of which, though, we're going to have to settle for a little bit of UC up on screen as we got 300 UC up for grabs. So be sure to get your hands on that, of course. Today, we are going to be looking at 25k UC getting dispersed throughout these matches. So be sure to have your claim page open because you cannot miss out on anything.
Yeah, cannot miss out on another 300 UC, and of course later on as well, don't forget a 10,000 UC to be given away in one code. Make sure you have that game redeem section open all night long and keep tuned for when that code drops. Rook going to be here as well, stepping in closer to the position of the compound finally. Galatasaray inside a crate, will fall eventually. The rush comes through from 2. They tried their best, but Galatasaray will fall. Another 600 on your screen right now as Galatasaray's logo will fade away. And Rose going to grab themselves out loot, but now stuck with that Molotov. Eagles doing work for now. Will step back smartly in case of another nade going to come through from Eagles Esports, but we know Bianca has none. And this is a problem as well. They only have the Molotovs now available, little smokes, because Eagles have spent so long fighting around Digital Athletics, fighting around these other teams. And those utilities are starting to run out. Rook stepping around the edge of that blue, as Blair also doing the same.
Now there's going to be quite a bit of pressure coming in here for Rook. We can see Eagles still holding nice and steady, but that zone repositioning heading further up north. This is going to apply all the pressure onto everybody's shoulders. Bianca just looking on, as you can see, Digital Athletics trying to get themselves situated as they bounce at the opportunity. But looking at KZ Glimmerance, this could be a phenomenal play. This could be their opportunity to clutch up and secure themselves that winner chicken dinner. They already sit with 12 eliminations to their name. Eagles, surprisingly, they've been keeping it exceptionally quiet. They've not yet been able to find themselves a single elimination, and it's all going to boil down to this next potential push.
Yeah, I mean, Eagles really couldn't step outside of that compound. Again, they 2 knocks that they found into the 2 eliminations. They're trying to find some now, and it will be enough. there's the two that they needed. It's going to be a rush through. Bianca's feeling the pressure, the adrenaline coming on forward, but it's only Love Kaya on the other end. It will find one. Melzy G so low, and that will be it. Casey Glimmerins grab the first chicken dinner of the day. 25 points in total going to be going over to them. Kasich, we knew they would be aggressive. We knew what they could do in the first day, and I'm just happy also here, DK, to see it again coming through tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that was an absolutely phenomenal play coming through from Gazy Glimmerins. I mean, 15 eliminations alongside that chicken dinner is going to sit quite prettily alongside their names. And as we know, right, they were not necessarily one of those teams that were trying to secure crazy points. However, they were looking to get themselves a chicken dinner on board. Right now, they've solidified themselves within the top portion of that leaderboard. An absolutely phenomenal start to the day here for them.
Yeah, I think for Kasich, really going to help in terms of not only the scoreboard, but as well the confidence. In fact, as well, we could also say the Digital Athletics, their confidence too, going to be very high, at least off of his first game so far, gaining more points, arguably, than they have all in those 6 matches yesterday in just this one Erangel. In Digital Athletics, hopefully this will be a rise for them, and hopefully as well, it won't be too late for Digital Athletics to continue on that rise and their aggression if they can keep that up. However, Kasich Glimmerins, they are looking like they are breaking into that first spot.
I mean, you got to commend Digital Athletics for the 8 eliminations that they got accompanying that 3rd place finish. That is definitely going to be the amount of points that they need to bring in onto the scoreboard. But again, you cannot fault what Casey Glimmerins has brought into this game. Absolutely amazing stuff. We love to see even more of that. And I think this is a great opener because this has now set the standard, set the bar for themselves. And we want to see that momentum carry forward into the remainder of the day.
And this is what we're looking for, and hopefully they can see this consistency come through from Kasich. It hasn't always been shining golden hills for them at the end of every game and getting that chicken dinner. So this first chicken dinner on the board for them will be that boost. They can win a game, that they can bring out the victory. Hopefully they can now keep those eliminations up with, as we say, that first chicken dinner on the finals phase for them. I'm also looking at, you have to admit, Eagles there. Although they did fall down at the end, they still grabbed that 2nd position. So Eagles, they are just looking to, I think, solidify the position, of course, that they've already gotten for themselves off of that first day series of matches. And now will still be around that top sort of area at the end of this first match, you would have to imagine. Those teams at the top, however, speaking of, Rook as well, actually going to be able to grab that 376 meters, longest elimination distance, and one of the longest of the finals, and even almost 300 throwables used. Erangel seems to be here, DK, the throwable map of choice.
Yeah, that is definitely pretty evident looking at just the sheer number. I mean, falling 6 shy of 300 utilities used in this past game. I mean, that's pretty intense. But also as a result of all the utility usage, we can see those rescues also sitting quite high up on 20. I mean, it's only been 1 or 2 matches where we've seen it actually dip much closer to 10 as opposed to 20. So I'm curious as to what the approach is going to be coming through, moving into a game like Sanhok, for instance, where we know the teams are going to be much closer to each other. And, of course, a great opportunity for a lot more of that punishment to be delivered.
Yeah, and I think for Sanhok especially, that's going to be the exciting one, right? Because with especially only 1 match Miramar between those 2 Sanhok games, these teams really, especially today, have to make sure that they are on board every single one of these matches. And in it to win it, as we will look, of course, back at our winners. Kasich Glimmerins, 25 points once again for them. Rook, still in that 2nd position. They did get those 10 eliminations for themselves, so 14 points just ahead of Digital Athletics. Eagles, they're behind with only the 2 eliminations and their placement points. Down there, Yakut Fenerbahce, also another 6 for them, still keeping the points coming in. Unfortunately, another donut coming through from Slytherin and also from Bonfire Female. These 2 teams, as we mentioned, the Phase 3 entrants coming into the finals, struggling, you could argue, once more still, as Payne, another one down there with only 2.
It's a tough day, but of course we were expecting nothing less to be the situation here. I mean, it is quite surprising to see the Wildcats also going to be holding on to only 1 point, all the way down in 13th place. And that point, of course, coming through from their positioning within this last match. But there's always still a bit of hope now for Slytherin and Bonfire Female to try and bring in that necessary improvement. I mean, Bonfire Female, sure, they have been having a little bit of a tough run when it comes to Erangel, but of course, as we know, there is going to be a second opportunity for them to try and bring in that improvement. I think the only sad part is that the other Erangels are only going to be on the final match of the day, but they have a lot of opportunity now to try and seek those improvements, potentially coming through from Erangel and, well, Murmur and Sanok.
Yeah, and if you want to be the best, you've got to be able to be the best on all of the 3 maps available, because they all equally distribute the points across the finals between them. Player focus, so for this Erangel DK will be a Maya on top with those 784 damage points and the 6 eliminations. Rose with around 706 herself. One tap going to be grabbing the 4 eliminations, and Blair and Arcse with the 3 and 2 eliminations respectively. Their Kasich, of course, 2, and they're even the side of Digital Athletics, and of course Rook, you could argue, in there, all making it into the top 3 or top 4 with Rook as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, Sonya coming through with some really good survival time right alongside Rose. So, you know, the stats are definitely up there. But we were talking about Kasich in the pregame, and again, right, they are just trying to solidify that presence even more. So I think Amaya making a really strong effort to get themselves secured within that potential MVP position as well. 6 eliminations. That is going to go a very, very long way. But yeah, the damage looking good. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any of those ding-dong thousands, as you would say, I would guess, in this game. But of course, we can always hope for, you know, any of that to come through in the latter matches.
Yeah, and we've got to hopefully see a bit more damage. I want to be ringing that ding-dong bell here, DK, in the finals, because we got to bring back the spirit, of course, of Neptura, who was casting with me the first 2 phases of this tournament as well. It is going to be some massive damage coming through once more from the side of Kasich and Rook overall. 2,000 charts being hit by both of them. A 1,500 overall respectable amount from Digital Athletics. The surprising, I think, amount coming through from KR Lionesses, 700 overall. They did get taken out, though, in about the middle portion of that game to Lakers, all in one vehicle. So, big mistake there by them, and that does explain why they have the higher damage count in terms of the skirmishes earlier on, but are so early down that leaderboard.
Yeah, and of course, an interesting stat that we can see there also then for Slytherin, finding themselves a grand total of 16 damage. You got to be careful, you know, maybe that you got to have that goth checked, right? Because that's essentially what it is, right? I mean, 16 damage, not a tremendous amount, but, you know, hopefully we'll see even more of those improvements as we are going to be pushing into those next few stages. Of course, now speaking about stages, we are going to be looking at how these performances have impacted the positions that we have with regards to our overall board. And, well, Digital Athletics, they've actually climbed 3 slots all the way up into 12th position.
Yeah, Digital Athletics doing well so far for themselves. Rook are going to still stay, however, on that top position in first with 81 points for now. You are also looking in terms of the fact that Digital Athletics, yeah, they're climbing, but who is also going to struggle around them? So Slytherin have also dropped about those 3 positions in that one game. They're also KMG as well to replace them. Yakut, I think, as well, struggling when it came to that game. They have also dropped alongside Kaya Lionesses outside of that top 5 where we saw the Lionesses earlier yesterday. So there have been overall some drops with the changes in who is actually at the top of the final matches yesterday and this first match today.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough day, but who knows? The teams would potentially have the opportunity to play even more of an upset. KZ Glimmerins definitely loving at that 2-slot jump that they've been able to secure. But, of course, as we know, still a lot of games to work our way through here.
There are a lot of games, DK, and there's still 5 more with Miramar up next. But before we get to Miramar, we're going to take a short break, but then we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to once again the PMEWL mid-season showdown. The second game coming up on Miramar is myself and Highland Wolf. DK is well going to be alongside me. And DK, we've had now one game of our final day come through where it was KZ Glimmerance grabbing their first chicken dinner on board so far of the finals. And as we jump straight in to Miramar here, we're going to see if they can do that justly aggressive performance diligence once again.
It's going to be an interesting one, but you know it's also interesting. You just referred to yourself on the desk with myself and
yeah, don't
and
like
DK. So it's like it's one of those instances of me, myself, and I.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of the I,
you know, like DK. This actually brings me back like to when I was a child, right? And I used to don't call me crazy, but it was a bit crazy. But you know, you used to call yourself like Jake's going to do this. Like, this is what I would used to say to my dad or my mom. I was going to say, Jake's going to do this. Like, not I'm going to do this. Like,
you can refer to yourself as the third person. That's
yeah,
fine.
Exactly.
That's fine. I mean, sure, whatever tickles your fancy, whatever
the therapists of the world.
You know, like there's like you can do whatever you like at this point. But we gotta have to talk about though is Yakut and the Dennisbank Wildcats very close to each other, just on the edge of that western side of zone.
Yeah, I mean, that more westerly side of the zone, gonna be an interesting one to see if they do end up clashing. I assume that Dennisbank Wildcats will actually just move back towards the hillside. It would be slightly weird considering that actually they're not a full squad here. And also Yakut neither are going to be a full squad. Actually, one of them going to be heading down towards Montenuevo. Hopefully not too far down as Galatasaray. They should be aware that Galatasaray do come down towards Montenuevo and will potentially just look for a couple more of those houses along the roadside to loot back up. Yakuda Kame has been spotted though for now. Not so much in the clip, but it is enough. Uzelen will grab the first blood surely with Kame, not with the support of her teammates.
It's unfortunate, but I mean, it's going to happen to someone at some point, somewhere, right? And there we go. It is going to be a limb securing that first elimination. Ticking it off. The box has been checked. Now, I mean, this opens up the opportunity for the Wildcats to get themselves resituated and maybe also getting dropped on down as we do drop yet another code up on screen. So be sure to go get your hands on it. As of course for 300 UC, you're going to have to be a little bit diligent, right? The 10k UC is going to be dropping sooner. At some point.
They are indeed, and I'm hoping that the 10,000 will get to see it at some point soon for all of you at home. 600 though, gonna be dropping in front of your lap right now. Be sure to get that code straight on in to the redeem section in game. You gotta be quick because there are other people waiting and that redeem section as well. Another 600 right there. I mean, we are dropping them like it is hot in these finals, DK. They come just like that and they go so quickly just like that as well.
Yeah, and that is the, you know, the thing about the codes, right? You gotta be really quick about it. So you gotta keep your head on a swivel to see if you can, you know, potentially find that pacing, find that play. And I mean, we got to keep the players on their toes and we got to keep the viewers on their toes as well.
Yeah, I mean, the viewers gonna have to be quick on this one because it's 2,400. You see, the biggest, I believe, that we've given so far away in the tournament. Gonna have to be very quick on that one as everyone will be wanting a piece of that pie of the UC as Lakers Monarchy still going to be losing themselves up. The rest of these teams also doing just that, going to be continuing their losing phase minus those earlier skirmishes that we did see between both the Lakers and Yakut. As now, we got to really look towards here, I think, where that zone has gone. And I am thinking that around those high grounds of the crater, that could be a location that these teams look towards the high ground. I'm so not much of a fan of that location. I would actually be interested more in by what we've seen so far is the rotations down towards Los Leones. Now, I'm curious if these teams will do just the same. Last time we had a zone around this area and it did shift towards the west side, a lot of teams did come through from that direction, and we can see then potentially some more city skirmishes, which I would be interested to see how those squads navigate, especially with the high grounds around the western or eastern side of Lost Leones equally as well, should I say. And then also we have to look towards that mountain that you can see up towards the more central western point of that zone, where of course Yaku and Denise Bank Wildcats do control that area. This is also another big location where these teams mainly like to rotate through, coming into those more easterly shifts. So another point that we'll have to look for those potential early fights in those skirmishes.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see whether or not we will have those skirmishes indeed. I like the fact that Galatasaray are going to be looking to push a little bit further up in towards center zone, but Rook holding on to a beautiful spread. As you can see, they're now just trying to expand as much of a reach as they can find here. KYS also with an interesting approach. I mean, a very scattered play as they are going to be pushing rather through from that northern side. But I think at this point it's going to be essential to get yourself situated in such a position where you could maybe find yourself in one of those transitional pathways, right? And that is essentially, to some extent, going to be bringing the eliminations right to you.
Yeah, and Pain Ladies, in terms of, I guess, essential pathways, have really actually identified one of those northern roads, of course, coming through the three mountains up towards the northern side. They utilize this area often coming through from the northern side, and I really do appreciate that there they are avoiding a lot of the teams on the south end of this map, where they will end up naturally more clustered together, depending on where that zone will go. If it goes up towards the north, they'll still be clustered in the rotation. If it stays towards the south, they'll still be stuck around the same locations together. And you can see Digital Athletics even catching out here, Lakers, because both of them decided Lost Leones as one starts to make that rotation out. Digital Athletics have begun that punish. Shouldn't come out with too much here, as Blair also a 1-for-1 knock so far. Both of them will look to be revived, and I assume Blair should be also there, brought back to safety as well.
I think it's going to be a fair trade, at least, you know, having that 1-for-1 play. But looking at Lakers, they do have a slight bit of an advantage holding on to the elevation. And now there's so much opportunity here. Digital Athletics definitely trying to pick up their pacing from what we've seen so far, but they're going to have to focus for yet another match. As we do say goodbye to Blair, that is now them confirmed down to a 3-piece. But still, a great opportunity. They're just going to have to try and, you know, focus that effort a little bit more in, you know, onto getting those aggressive plays as well as the positioning.
Yeah, I was surprised about the positioning here. I actually thought that they would be closer together. I thought that we would see that revive come through inside that main building that you saw them rush through with the BB bus towards. In fact, actually, no, it won't be the case. And they do lose, of course, Blair here. Cry as well. Now, on the backside of the position for Digital Athletics has also been knocked. So they are being almost in a way corralled back together, which will actually provide more space here for Lakers to move and take more control over the current location. This is really going to work in their favor, not only, of course, taking advantage of Digital Athletics, but as you can see, other teams around that opposite northern side of Miramar, they can really also start to take control of too, and Bonfire Female, one of those teams, were in the vicinity.
Well, there's going to be an opportunity, but Bonfire will have to make a little bit of work happen here. You can see them just situated more over towards that eastern side. But again, the contention is there, right? If they move a little bit too far south, Lakers, who we have, you know, pretty much focused in on towards Los Leones, could potentially turn around and spot that play. But I like the way that the teams are just starting to converge up in towards this more central zone. I mean, again, right, taking the contention through the roof. But I think we've got two different points of interest here, right? We've got that northwestern side, where we've got Payne, we've got Yakuts, and everybody else, as well as this play that we have just to the north of Los Leones itself.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised a lot of these teams aren't looking around the mines and also the the side of the graveyard as well, and that church in towards the more central northern part of the zone. I expect potentially KYS Virtue or the Pain Ladies will look towards these locations as those northerly rotating teams. There is a lot of contention on the south again, and this is something that we have seen not only in the finals but throughout a lot of the tournaments so far, is that most of the teams in the lobby for these ladies do tend to take the same rotational paths, and I do hope that these ladies will do some more research, especially maybe as these games go on in terms of the in-game research and as their understanding comes through in these final matches so far of Miramar coming back later again in the fourth game here. They will be able to make these more smarter rotations and rotations that are perhaps less hostile in terms of then allowing them to get a better position in the mid-game and being able to control it better from there, because getting stuck behind all of those other teams on the south is only going to hold them. You don't have to hold your Celso and those little fingers that you can tap on the code there into the redeem section and be able to get that 2400 UC into your pockets.
Yeah, of course, if you are curious as to how you redeem these codes, be sure to search for PUBG Mobile code redeem in your browser. It will take you to the site. There you enter your player ID. You enter the code that you saw on screen, as well as a little bit of verification that you do just to ensure that you are not a robot and then in fact you are a person. And that would, well, if you were the first one to get that code redeemed, that is going to tell you if it gives any other message, it means that somebody beat you to the punch. Almost like Dino here has been beaten to the punch before able to get that nade let loose.
What if I was a robot here? Like, what if I started getting really good at PUBG Mobile, and because you know me as a well-experienced bot killer, DK, would you suspect that I had been taken over and become a cyborg or some robot or some way?
Yes, 100%.
There's
now
no
you know
hope.
how I know.
Yeah.
You know how I know, because you wouldn't laugh at my lame jokes.
That's true.
When I deliver them.
The dad
That's my
jokes
test.
when I don't
That's my test.
I don't laugh at the dad jokes. That's exactly it. See, that's a human joke like test, as we can see here.
Exactly.
I mean, also to be fair enough. I'm curious about this zone. Fairly has gone to the side of the westerly direction here, with Picardo still in play, that hillside just to the east of Picardo, actually. Really looking at this location as one of the strong positions, I would actually argue. Eagles are taking a slightly more even further eastly position on that hillside. I do like this in terms of they're looking for the rotations of these teams, trying to stop them. KR Lioness is going to take that spot that we initially mentioned, with KMG just below them. The other locations that are really going to be strong here is on that south side. So Lakers are still going to be fairly in a great spot here for themselves, with Kasich moving up now through the roadside. We can try take some shots onto them, as well as Digital Athletics, keep in mind, stuck very much in that position on the south, with Lakers still looking over them.
Well, the pressure is not going to relent anytime soon, right? We are going to have to see a few teams potentially trying to get themselves situated over towards the western side. But first, well, maybe not crash into your teammate, right? That could really put you in a bit of a vulnerable spot. At least there was nobody, aside from us, to see that happen just there. But now, of course, looking over on towards the side of Kasich, it seems like that is exactly their approach, right? Looking to get themselves situated much further over towards the western front. But KMG not going to let the opportunity slide through their fingers.
Yeah, the western location of this zone really is just going to be that much more ideal for these teams. Kasich are a slightly later rotation into this zone though, so I would be wary if I was Kasich coming into that area of the high ground, understanding a team could have already taken up that spot. We saw, as we said, KR Lionesses and also Eagles around that location. There is actually some form of that hillside just to the more northern western point of that hill, where you could see the Denise Bank Wildcats actually make a move if that zone does condense itself further towards that more central position inside of the zone. If teams really do want to look for a center position, there is still those houses you can see. Wondering if you are, why those teams don't go into the houses, it is because, of course, it would be the same as Picardo, that issue where you can't get back out of that location being on the lower ground. Teams can look down on you, and then you very much set yourself stuck in one position, and if the zone moves away, well, that is the end of really your game.
Well, I mean, you definitely don't want to get stuck unnecessarily, right? That is definitely not the kind of approach that you want to try and play for. But in the meanwhile, here we go as we look onto Yakut, trying to ride the ridge. Great opportunity down onto the side here of Galatasaray. Beautiful sprays getting secured, but Fayano instead will get knocked on down. Simadi definitely looking to bring in as much of a response in a defensive angle as they can find here.
Yeah, it is me as well. Gonna have to look for the revive, but more nades coming through from Galatasaray. Good work is now the back members keeping a pincer down on them to make sure they can't move. So the front now steps further forward. Ditamy down low to about that 50% mark as through the smokes the bullets will fly through, and the information has been given through. Ditamy will be collapsed upon, and Fayano the only one left, and although she's good, she's not that good in Galatasaray. 4 members will run through the side of Yakut spirit-wide.
Well, let's see who's going to be able to pop off here. I mean, Futaba definitely showing quite a bit of competence in the previous days. Looking yet again for another opportunity. Already sitting with that first elimination. Going to be looking to bank on a few more, as Galatasaray also now need to push through from the far northern side. I mean, you can see there is contention on either edge of the circle. I mean, it's such a difficult zone to pull in towards. And of course, we still sit here with 14 teams up.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is a lot of those teams, they have had those houses, they've had those sort of dips down towards the northern side, hill there, where you can see, for example, KYS, Virtue, Slytherin, they've been okay for now. Unfortunately, with this zone moving so deep in, you would expect potentially some of those teams outside of the zone to make the big rotations towards the house, look for a position maybe inside of that crater, or that mini crater you could argue it is, and there just try to survive and hope that no one is in that location. No one will be in there. I suspect if you have this high ground as a team, they will be looking to maintain it. Slytherin, the problem for them is, yeah, Rook around them, and those other teams will be stopping those big moves that they will be looking to make with the vehicles into the zone. Lakers doing the same here against KMG, as they won't be allowed to move further in from this southern side. One building only to their name makes it very easy for Lakers to start chucking the nades, push them into one room, and then start with the Molotovs and then enter the building after, when they are going to be stuck in one tiny corner.
Well, you definitely don't want to get caught in a corner, especially not when you're in a circle, right? Those two things don't really go well together. But now it's going to be up to the Lakers to see if they can get the breach and follow through with that extra bit of devastation, right? But no, KMG definitely not wanting to have that happen to them, so you can expect that they are going to be hoping to find a little bit of an opportunity, but Akuka just ripping it up as they find yet another bit of a vulnerability. Now KMG, ooh, getting dropped to their knees.
Yeah, KMG, they tried their best, being pushed one way into the other. A nice nade, though, through that door will grab them. They're one back, and it will be Novosti going down, I believe, completely here to the side of KMG. Unfortunately, though, for KMG, these shots have attracted some more attention. You can see Fenerbahce on the other side as well, going to also be setting themselves up for a position. So whoever even does come out of this exchange will not be going that much further, you would have to imagine, with the zone moving away, that roadside crucially being a very much open space and a blocker before you get inside of that zone.
Well, the pressure definitely all over the place. But again, we are going to really get to see whether or not Rook can now make their play to get themselves resituated. Sonya down on their knees is going to maybe bring in a bit of a potential threat, especially looking at what Slytherin are doing with regards to their positioning. Just there on the edge. Nice bit of a vantage point that we could see now being utilized. But of course, Bizume still going to be trying their best to see if they can not only get out of this position, but look to back up the rest of the squad.
Yeah, for Rook here, a difficult spot. They're going to look to try to rescue their vehicles. Get themselves up this hill, which is the hardest part about it, is they also can't move too far past that hillside. You can see KYS Virtue on the other end would then spot the vehicle, would be able to push down that solo member. KMG, Sesha looking for one member, but there comes the second angle, and rightly so, Lakers will be able to finish this one through with the 3 players for themselves. Rook holding firm for now, understanding that they are in a bit of a pickle in terms of the rotation coming into the zone. We'll look for Slytherin as they will dive on in for the fight against Rose, but they didn't take them on the initial engage. And now Rose in a spot where they're surrounded by 3 different people, not taking care of them quick enough, and punished for it just the same, as Rook Dreamcore will fall to Slytherin here in a very much lower position.
Well, there's still quite a bit of a challenge lying ahead. We have 11 teams remaining. Ooh, Galatasaray trying to pick up a bit of the momentum here, pushing through from the edge, but things not relenting anytime soon. Dennisbank Wildcats also going to be looking to secure their foothold coming through from this western side. So you can see them now just trying to prod into the side here of KZig. KZig also feeling quite a bit of the pressure, but still, I don't think that any one particular team at this point has an advantage over the others. I mean, there is such a big amount of work that still needs to be done here.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done here for KYS Virtue. I mean, I'm really also looking, I believe that who that darker pink shade of team would be. It could be the side here of Lakers, potentially. But that position on the high ground, nevertheless, here does look very strong. I would say that they definitely do have the advantage over some of those other teams because of the nature of their position in the map right now. KR Lionesses, unfortunately for them, though, will end up falling. So will the Lakers just below. Is Slytherin on the other angle here. Stuck. It will be Eagles there, my apologies, who have that position on control. KZig Limerence still to get inside of his zone themselves, and you can see the Wildcats doing the same, struggling against the pressure. However, at least Eagles subduing the KZig Limerence members for now, as they'll be looking both southernly and northernly towards Pain Ladies as well.
And I think this could be an interesting play, definitely looking to come through here. I mean, I think the Wildcats do find themselves in quite a bit of a tough spot. They're going to have to try not only climb that hill, but try to avoid all the other teams situated ahead of them. Meanwhile, Slytherin, they're going to be trying to clear out the players against Fenerbahce here. Both teams now trying to find the next approach, the next play to take this one all the way. Slytherin holding on with a 2-piece. You can see Fenerbahce, they still have the full entire squad up on their feet, and this could be quite a bit of an impactful play yet to be made.
Yeah, Slytherin. Last stand for them. Is Fenerbahce gonna lose one for now, almost. They looked for it, and Slytherin just cannot find the shots through. They miss both opportunities, but Feleka around the back finds one, but only to be taken down by the next. And KYS Virtue make now their big move in. They've heard the shots, and they will go in to the play. Delicia and the co-members of here KYS Virtue looking onto Fenerbahce, but little damage was done to them. They will make that revive, and still Fenerbahce should be 4 members strong. They just have to get to the front of this compound, though. They can't get sandwiched by that blue zone coming in behind them.
Ooh, beautiful work, though, being done here by KYS Virtue as they do make that vehicle go boom. The Pain Lady is also now getting swept under the rug, and down to the final 4 we go. Eagles yet to find some eliminations here. I mean, they've been having a pretty tough run back over onto Erangel. But now, will we see a bit of that opportunity continue through here? Eagles, ooh, such a difficult spot, but KZig still managing to find the position, the angles to get themselves out of a bit of a hot mess.
Yeah, so KZig, I think for now just going to look to survive. They understand their position is not the greatest. They'll use that ridgeline as long as possible here, DK, just to survive as long as possible in this game. Here, KYS Virtue, though, they're trying to pincer, of course, as we said, Fenerbahce against this blue zone that is coming in. They pushed them back somewhat for now. KYS Virtue struggling to do the same. Is Fenerbahce are trying to hold them in one way or another on that edge of the compound just the same too. Eagles coming in eventually as well. You've got to hope that they got some more smokes on board. They've been using a lot for the side of Eagles. I'll be curious to see how much they do have left and if they can make their own move in.
Well, now's the opportunity to make as much of a wave as you possibly can. I mean, Fenerbahce just on the very edge of zone. Okay, where's Virtue? They know what's at stake here. They know that they're going to have to grind their way through. It's not going to be an easy push, but a great opportunity now coming through here for KZ Glimmerance, as well as they do find the opportunity to cross onto the Eagles. And it seems like the Eagles are getting their wings clipped, as Lafkoya also now looks to just improve that overall angle. This is it. That is the Eagles getting snuffed down. Off they are. Down to the final 3 teams we go. And Fenerbahce already sitting on double-digit eliminations. I mean, KZ Glimmerance, they have a golden opportunity here. And KYS Virtue, though, is having such a tough run.
Yeah, they just could not stop Fenerbahce. They couldn't push them against the blue zone in time. Fenerbahce spread too far out, and as a result, then KYS Virtue suffered the blue. KZ now have a bigger task. They've taken already 4 down, but they now have no utility left. They find one nevertheless. Scissor will fall. One tap almost gets peeked across the top of that hillside. Will be able to dip 4 now in time. They have Love Kaya up as well. Alina and Alem are going to be there too. Heals back up to 75%. Alin going to be punished down, and one tap is making the second elimination work through. Using the body is not enough, and it's Kha'Zix who take their second chicken dinner. They are looking like a force to be reckoned with today, DK, because that is a back-to-back win for them.
I mean, there's not much that one can say about what KZ Glimmerance has done here, right? Nothing negative to point out here because, I mean, they came in with an objective. They came in with a goal in mind, and that was to absolutely dominate the lobby. And as you said rightly so, back-to-back winner chicken dinner. They got 15 eliminations in the first match. They finished this game with 12 eliminations to their name. I mean, that is 27. Just to add to the insane tally that they came into the day with. I mean, already after the first match, they were sitting on 50 eliminations. Now we get to add even more to that. That puts them up to 62. Insane performance. I mean, they are leading with dominance and aggression. And there's no way that you're going to argue that right now.
I mean, to say the fact that you've got 62 eliminations, that is more points just in eliminations alone here, DK, than most of the teams on that leaderboard have total, with combining also their own placement points and eliminations together. So for Kha'Zix to have this much of a dominant performance is very welcome to see, I think, for them, considering that we haven't been able to see them for a while, DK. We wanted to know what they would be capable of coming into the finals, and they have definitely stepped up and are, I believe, feeling much more confident as we get through these finals games. You can see it from the first game now into this game. They have a lot more aggression about them, a lot more forward movement about them compared to the slower sense of play that we saw previously yesterday.
I mean, let's be honest, they are absolutely beaming at this point in time, right? There is I think it's going to be really hard to stop KZ Glimmerance from what they've been able to do so far here today. And it's going to be up to the rest of the lobby to see if they can play these upsets, right? If they can potentially contest it. And I think it's going to be taking quite a bit of a deliberate approach from the rest of the lobby if they want to try and potentially bring a stop to the absolute domination we are seeing right here. I mean, this is quite a bit of a surprise because if you look back at all the previous phases, we've not yet seen a performance like this come through from any one of our teams.
Yeah, and I think in terms of this type of performance, this is really what you're looking for from a finalist, from a potential winner. I mean, for sure, Kha'Zix will be up there if they can keep this up through at least even just some of the next 4 games. They are looking strong on top. 266 meters will go through the longest elimination distance knock for Scissor, as that will be coming for Fenerbahce. 19 points still for Fenerbahce, remember. 13 eliminations they did get, so that is still a huge result for them, and really important for them to climb back up that leaderboard as well. KYS, the same story with 9 points for them, needing to get off of that right side of the leaderboard in the overall standings.
Yeah, and I mean, the KYS, you know, a great, great step up coming through here. This is exactly the kind of performances that we are going to be looking for team to try and bring those necessary improvements. Because you remember back in game number 1, they walked away with only 2 points. So, now being able to bag themselves 9, that is going to already bring quite a bit of an improvement, not only to their standings, also team morale is going to receive a nice little bit of a boost here. But again, right, KYS, golden opportunity now for them available to try and get themselves situated a little bit further up that leaderboard. And as we know, slow and steady sometimes wins the race. Sometimes in PUBG also the other approach is aggression, right? Just a whole lot of aggression.
Sometimes what you have to do is you have to ring ding dong that 1,000 damage bell, DK, because one tap's reached over that mark, and it's been a while, but it is indeed the 9 eliminations there to get them that spot. I think one tap was on an absolute tear when it came to those final 2 team wipes for the duo Kasich Limerence. Alina Fenerbahce as well was doing so much alongside their scissor in that second and fourth position. Aquarius, you got to hand it to the KYS squad as well. 766 damage and 3 eliminations to him. Again, even still a third member on that player focus with 4 eliminations. And I think outside of Fenerbahce suffering that second position, they really were a very dominant force in this game.
I mean, there's not much that you can falter here. Fenerbahce, they chose to rise up. They chose violence. I approve. That is what we like to see. I mean, this is also kind of with the story of the game itself here. But, Fenerbahce, I think they chose an appropriate time to look to spice things up. Because if this is but only a taste of what is yet to come for them for the remainder of the day, we could still see Fenerbahce actually looking to make quite a bit of a drastic impact with regards to our overall standings.
Yeah, right. I mean, Fenerbahce, they've got to pull out some magic in these next 4 games, and Sanhok has been an interesting one for them in their performance, so we'll have to see if they can keep up the consistency of those points that they got so far in Miramar. 2,300 damage coming through from them, and if we can see a performance like that again, we should see themselves continue to rise. Kazich's, you've got to wonder here, DK, can anyone catch him if they are going to be on such a tear tonight?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, right? I think that is going to be the big deciding factor. But I think especially now moving forward into a match like Sanhok, this is where Kasich will have to practice a little bit of self-control, because we know that they perform quite well when it comes to Sanhok. But again, at the end of the day, it's all down to the kind of pacing, the kind of play that they can look to bring to the foreground here. I mean, already asserting their dominance on Erangel and Miramar, that speaks volumes. But they're going to have to hold a decent pacing, because at the end of the day, this is a marathon as opposed to a race.
Yeah, and this is what it's about, is getting to slowly that top position, and by my goodness, have they done it? 99%, almost at that century mark so far in the overall standings. They're Rook slightly behind now, 15 points, with a gap starting to form between the two. Rook, an unfortunate Miramar game for him. Eagles as well, struggling at the end, still only 74 points for them. Fenerbahce, however, have now climbed up to that 7th spot, with their also 19 points, and Miramar to 45 overall, tied with the Lakers at 4-6. I'm curious to see how they will be able to continue to rise here, if they can. That more central part of the leaderboard, although there is a gap on the top and the bottom, the central part, DK, is much more closer together, and that's where you can start to see the teams really fluctuate between positions.
Yeah, I mean, that fluctuation is going to continue across the board, but it's definitely not going to be happening here between our top 5 eliminators. We can see Amaya definitely locking it in now, sitting very comfortably on 24. Sonya right there, hot on their heels, right, the 21. But again, Kasich actually now adding yet another player onto the top 5. I mean, it's Kasich and Rook that are showing the dominance.
Yeah, it's crazy the fact that Kasich have 3 out of the top 5 eliminators out of the entirety of all 16 teams within the top 5, showing that all of the members have been pulling their weight when it comes to the eliminations on Kasich's squad. Axe still there, though, standing strong in that second position with 21 eliminations, and Rosie as well, the other Rook members. So the top two overall, DK, really are dominated when it comes to those top 5 spots.
Yeah, there's not much that you can falter on these plays. I mean, Kazik, Rook, both sitting with 50+ eliminations each. So a very, very impressive performance coming through from both these teams with regards to the pure aggression they've been able to secure within these games. But of course, now we've seen the Kazik Limerence team come through with a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner. Now we are yet to see what exactly the Dennis Bank Wildcats will be able to do and whether or not they can secure themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Look, I'm hoping to see some good performances here coming through from the Wildcats and also from all of these teams here in the finals. We'll have to see if they can do so, though, on Sandhawk, because that is the map of choice up next after a short break. Welcome back here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Final day of competition. Myself, Highland Wolf, and DK alongside me. DK, we are now going to be heading into the jungle, where Senog lies a bit of an upset so far of the tournament when it comes to teams at the bottom getting the better of the teams at the top. However, today we have seen a different story when it comes to Kasich Limerence so far, back-to-back chicken dinners. Can anyone stop them now on Sandhog?
I think that is going to be the big question to have answered as we are going to be taking a look at our flight path here. Of course, Sandhog flight path, you know, it's a thing. Not a big thing, but it's a thing because the players need to get onto the map somehow, right? So that's why we can see them now looking to make their way on down. But I'm curious to see whether or not, Kasich Limerence are going to be looking to double down, maybe triple down, looking to get themselves a turkey, because that's what you'd call 3 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners.
Yeah, I mean, if they get 3 chicken dinners, 1 for every single map, and they extend their already 15-point lead ahead of Rook now in that second spot, it's going to be really hard for anyone to catch him with only 3 more games after this to go, DK. This zone, slightly more interesting, I would argue, as well, is going to actually about evenly include all 3 separate areas of Sanhok, those 2 islands and the mainland as well in play. This is, again, I think, where you start to see the advantages towards a position like Galatasaray, like I mentioned yesterday, having a control over the 3 sides. Should also be a side of Slytherin staying, I like, more towards the position of Harteen, because the fact that they did get wiped when they went further down by Galatasaray on those more southern positions, so perhaps anticipating a more northerly western rotation from Galatasaray overall. The other ends of these maps so far could see some contention here as Lakers are moving closer to KMG as well here, DK.
Yeah, and I think this could be a good start to a little bit of a hot and heated play, but Lakers, they're definitely going to have to try and, you know, if they decide to mount the defense, they will have to get their hands on a little bit of that UC. As we can see, 300 UC up for grabs yet again. Be sure to get your hands on that. Again, right, it is fastest fingers first. So if you put in the code, you hit claim, and it gives any message other than congratulations, it means that somebody else beat you to the punch, right? And of course, if you miss 300 UC, here's 600 UC. Try again.
Look, I mean, this is, if anything, going to improve our typing speed. I mean, outside of the game, you're just going into like those typing speed tests where you practice how to type faster, and you practice your words per minute. This is what these players or these viewers must be doing outside of the games, because I mean that's what I would be doing on the breaks if I was min-maxing the possibility for those codes.
I don't know, like, so I think the important thing here is to establish what your type speed is, right? How many words per minute what's your word per minute type speed?
Oh, I haven't checked it last time. I would say it's probably pretty decent. I'm quite an aggressive keyboard typer. I've got a mechanical keyboard, yeah, and then even on the laptop, you know, we're like smashing the keys in a little bit. I mean, surprised actually I've not broken any letters on my keyboard before, actually, by how aggressive I am on the keyboard. It's a fight, you know. It's like in PUBG, you know, when someone comes to your compound and you have to defend yourself. That, you know, I have to defend, like, make sure like the keyboard doesn't attack me back, you know. Yeah, defend the words.
This is why I say word.
Yeah.
You know, on all of that. You know what my words per minute speed is? It's easy. It's all of it. That's my answer.
It's all of it.
Yeah, all of it. All of them. They're just there.
Ah, I see. So you're looking towards entering into the word typing world championships, or what they call it. No. You're just too good for it.
Exactly. I mean, I'd rather give it to people who need it more than I do.
Yes,
right?
The recognition. You're such a humble guy, DK.
You're
so humble.
You gotta be. Right?
So selfless.
You gotta be. Ooh, but speaking about selfless though, Akuka coming through with a very cool hit over in towards the side there of Sesha. I mean, we've seen a few trades come through. KMG actually sitting with 2 very comfortable eliminations on board. They've taken down Futaba as well as Eddie said. So let's see whether or not Akuka is going to be able to bring back a little bit of, returning the favor, as this has been quite the costly engagement for them. But of course, this is Sanhok, right? So this is the opportunity for teams that have not yet had the opportunity to step up to try and capitalize.
Yeah, and it's smart here also from Akulka not to go for the rush would have been a bit of a rookie error, considering the KMG are moving towards this revive. They won't be able to get it. It is going to be too much, I would assume. The Sesh are just going to look to bait the position of Akulka, also give some information away on how many players will be there. So if no one does end up coming into this location, as you can see, Sesha giving that information away will actually understand here that it's only the side of one player. There is the other, though, of University. Will find the first of KMG, crucially moving up there on the location onto the hill. So stopping Akulka being routed from behind is only now Kitipai will be the last one to try to stop University on this flanking side here.
Well, let's see whether or not any flanking is going to be pulled off at this point. As you can see, of course, Lakers still going to be looking to find a little bit of that BBA opportunity. But I like this push now coming through here as Lakers are looking to extend. Definitely don't want to play too much of a split at this point because, you can get brutally punished for any oopsies made at this point in time. Speaking of which, though, it is going to be Galatasaray also now looking to assert themselves right here into Trifecta.
Yeah, so Galatasaray keeping control here of the trifecta position. I really like that they've moved closer together here. Unfortunately, Novisti getting taken the better off by Kalipai. Very quick rotation from Akulka. Also understanding that they need to get this move through. They will be able to find it there with, I believe, the Uzi or the Scorpion. I cannot remember which one. They look so similar. As Galatasaray will also be defending their spot on this trifecta. Slytherin will be coming closer, as we said. They will now move backwards, considering that they have had some difficulties getting into this location. Already lost one of the members as well to the side of Thuresh. So a disadvantage now, Slytherin going to skulk back towards those mainland positions and, should I say, the northwestern island positions, and look for perhaps that mountainside could also still be a strong spot for them, judging that it will still be within that zone.
Well, we'll find out very, very soon exactly what is going to be in that next zone, as we'll find out in about 1 minute and 40 seconds or so, give or take a moment or 3. In the meanwhile, Galatasaray definitely in a good setup here. Meanwhile, it's going to be Yakut now looking to contest against the side of Digital Athletics as they're knocking on the door here in Camp Charlie. Fayano, you got to watch out for these sprays, these plays. It could be absolute devastation. But so far, the pacing seeming to be relatively decent. I mean, I like the spray being all over the place, but Blair, will get spotted out and dropped on down with the DBS.
Yeah, Yakut Spirit as well, stepping forward into Camp Charlie. We'll look for the rest here of Digital Athletics. Nate gonna fall short. The rest of Digital Athletics stepping back as well, trying to avoid that initial confrontation with Yakut. Potentially also will just take a vehicle here if they can do it, or take some form of escape there as well. Arctic getting the better of, unfortunately, for Leka. Brute Force's other northwestern team sometimes do go to this southwestern location, as you can see, coming actually down on towards the ruins, have been caught out here. Slytherin perhaps not expecting also Brute Force to be around here. Usually Brute are one of those more hard-teen location teams later on at the start of Stage 1 into Stage 2, so perhaps the surprise of Brute Force now moving down towards the ruins for a different rotation, getting the better of them here in this first Sanhok game of the night. Fayano, meanwhile, the rest of Yakut all hunting down this last player of Digital Athletics, who they have found in Hikori. Only now needs to wait, try to lure them upstairs and slow down the time of this fight to let the rest of those Yakut members come in as well.
Yeah, that could be the ticket, that could be the play to make. Let's see whether or not Yakut are going to be able to clutch it up. In the meanwhile, we did see the Zor now centering up right onto Rook Dreamcore. Now, talk about a golden opportunity, right? That is exactly what Rook could be getting, and it's not going to go over to the side of Digital Athletics as Kylie gets taken on down. That is the end of their run here on Sanok, at least for the first run of it. Now, Brute Force at Astra, very, very close onto Ruins, and there's nobody sharing this western side of zone with him.
Yeah, I mean, for here, the side of Ruins could be a very comfortable spot for here Brute Force. Still, of course, as you said, inside of his zone. I think the Brute would be a interesting look to see how they navigate this southwestern island. They're more of those northwesterly rotators, if that could be what we call them here, DK. On this southern side, so will be a different option for them down on the south. Also, you start to see the side of Kasich, Limerence, and those other teams coming down from the southern end of the mainland side, now stepping into the southwest island itself. The position, though, I think is still best here. It still has to be definitely Galatasaray's. There is some work, you could say, coming through from Rook's position on that more hillside, especially having the control over the Painan rotating teams, such as Fenerbahce. However, Galatasaray is such a position here, with Lakers also up against the wall versus KYS.
Let's see whether or not that wall is going to hold as Lakers now look to just bounce back on the edge of Quarry. But KYS not going to be backing off. I mean, I love how aggressive KYS Virtue is looking to play this game. So far, though, only one elimination up in comparison to the 4 that we've got for the Lakers. But up comes the play. Ooh. Yes, sir. That is a Kulka getting wrapped on up. And off they go. Lakers, though, settled with 4 eliminations, even though they fell quite early.
Yeah, I mean, Lakers were one of the teams that were moving towards KYS Virtue actually at the start of the game, remember? And here, Kasich also just going to walk in and find a slowing down Pain Ladies member on the Jeep, turns around, gets the second Leora, and unfortunately for Pain Ladies, just struggling, I think, in these finals. Really not able to find the success there. Also, Bonfire Female getting beaten up quite literally by the side of Slytherin, as you do see the hand come through against them.
Well, let's see whether or not they are going to be able to make anything happen in this current positioning here. Wildcats still having to find a bit of pacing, right? They need to get themselves out of the blue. As we know, the blue juice tastes so nice, but you're just going to have too much of it because it's not good for your health, right? And the teams are experiencing that firsthand. As you can see, the Wildcats now opting to hop in their vehicle, looking to get themselves resituated, and I think rightly so, because, I mean, there's quite a bit of a vast open expanse over in towards the zone itself. I'm looking to see, though, who's going to be pulling in south of Rook Dreamcore, because, again, holding on to those hills, especially in the zone, I think it could be quite a substantial position to hold, especially seeing that it is going to be in zone now.
Yeah, here Eels as well, going to be controlling more of that southern position for themselves as they looked maybe for that rotation through Painan and into that zone. They have still those mainland sides available to them. Don't expect them to cross too early into Painan. You can also see Rook still with that compound still overlooking the ruins and that bridge. I like that they've moved closer here towards the bridge as well. With the change in this zone, inevitably teams going to be looking to cross this location, so Rook will gatekeep here, a crucial movement point between the two islands, and also give themselves some opportunity to move back to the mainland if it does require it later in stage 4 or so. Although both of these both sides and all of these teams really will probably be standing still once they get inside of the zone in their position if they can get for themselves. They want to, I would imagine, wait and see which side this phase shift will move towards, and then start to make a more informed or quicker decision from there.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to do something at this point, right? But in the meanwhile, Rook, they are going to be smiling quite happily. It's now up to Finn at Budget to see what they can bring on through as they are going to be looking to dial up the heat, dial up the place right here up into Painan. And again, of course, speaking about Painan, look at the UC up on screen. Another 600 UC now up for grabs, so be sure to go get your hands on that. If you missed it, pause it, quickly rewind and enter the code. It is going to be first come, first serve.
Indeed, and Fenerbahce unfortunately getting served up one in return there as Yakut do take away Alina. I also really admire here as well the side of Slytherin's position up north, the potential to rotate to boot camp. Off on the side here, off camera. Fenerbahce meanwhile on the front and center, closing in on Yakut here. Hokori has to be able to do something, but they can't. Only will get naded now. The second comes through from Yakut. Fayana almost falling in front, the door blocking some of those bullets. Alem around the side of the river will be looking in as Sylar and Alem from behind as well, coming all so closer up towards Yakut. Has to stop them getting inside the building. And now Alem struggling, low health. That will be the second. The third knock against him is only Sylar on the top, will be the last one remaining. Has to find an angle, has to drop down somewhere. But the movement is going to be so difficult here as Yakut just look like they may have gotten the better of them here. Step down, looks for the drop onto the door. A smart decision. Unfortunately, no one was there. And now here comes the difficulty. Too many angles, too many bodies of Yakut, and Fenerbahce will be pushed upon. 8 now eliminations for Yakut so far. But they have lost a member.
Yeah. I mean, 8 eliminations got to come with some costs, right? And for Yakut, unfortunately, that was one of their players. But now they have the opportunity to kind of reassess the situation and get themselves pretty well positioned up in towards where this next zone shift has taken us. As Rook now don't find themselves in center zone anymore. Instead, they are going to be just situated onto the southern side. I mean, this is a golden opportunity now for Galatasaray as well as Slytherin. And then, of course, Brute Force and Astra. So, a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential available. But it's all going to come down to how these teams control this next phase.
Yeah, this next phase shift, that's what's going to really matter for these teams. Has gone up towards this northern side to the ruins. And also very much so into the side of Brute Force into Rook here. Galatasaray all will have comfortable positions here that they can look to control. The problem, I guess, for Brute Force, so you could argue, is that 2 of those players are on the other side of the river, so they will need to now cross over. Potentially, we're looking, in case that did move over towards the boot camp section, 2 could then move through that river, as we're saying. Slytherin had a good position to do so as well, and then still survive. Nevertheless, all of these teams down on the south will be now making their moves upwards. KR Lioness is doing just this, as they will now be more free to cross this Painan Bridge. Going to be a slow rotation, though, for them. And as they do come to that other side, as you can see, the shots coming against Logica here, it will be a fight or so to get into some safety.
A very tough play there. V-Nature also getting dropped out in the drink. This is the perfect opportunity now for Ditami to try and step it up. Just rain down with the carnage, as Yakut are going to be trying to get themselves situated. But of course, those range plays coming through from the side there, way off in the back end. As you can see, Galatasaray trying to be an absolute nuisance. But if the opportunity presents itself, why not try and capitalize as best you can? Yakut now looking to apply themselves as they get ready for a little bit of a rush, trying to see if they can find the bridge trolls. And there we have it, Logica getting dropped. It's now up to Cat Veins, and the sprays are there, the Uzis, everything now, just trying to rip it up. The UMPs could come in clutch. Nice little bit of an M4 play here, and that is it. KR has been reduced to dust.
Yeah, KR Lioness is really struggling, I think, here so far today, DK. That's going to be another game that is going to be a wash for them. We'll have to see if Miramar will be a different story for the KR Lionesses themselves. They need to bring it back somehow soon. Yakut, however, 10 eliminations for them, really have been growing in terms of this leaderboard, in terms of the confidence in these last couple matches. Ditami and Akama going to be moving under the bridge for, yes, the more loot, but also for that sneakier underground position where they have some more sidelines, some more chance here to be able to scout out the rotations coming from teams such as Galatasaray ahead.
Well, now it's going to be game time, right? It is the opportunity for Yakut to get themselves onto the edge here. Meanwhile, Eagle Esports are going to be having a little bit of a tough run as they are now down to Letty. And, well, Letty not going to let anything stop them just yet as they do hop into a smoking vehicle. This could be a very, very risky play, but you got to do what you got to do. You want to get yourself into a little bit of that safe and secure positioning. And just in the nick of time as the shots come through, the following rush is there. And of course, it is going to be the side here of none other than Kazik looking to just add even more eliminations to their tally.
And Kazik have been looking so strong equally on the other end of this night here, DK, and that's only going to be another of Eagles. Crucial that they do take out Eagles as one of those top teams. Unfortunately, Slytherin will also fall inside of that blue, just caught out too far in the center. Unfortunately for Warsaw, Galatasaray, they have a lot of work to get into his zone still, and 3 of them down. They've lost their front man. They will get one back up for the meantime. But getting across that downhill and back up towards the other end of it will be extremely difficult with Rook there controlling directly ahead of him. We've got Brute Force on the other side. Rook at least going to provide some cover with them fighting Brute Force. So potentially an angle in here for Galatasaray as the fight on the center has started to erupt slowly.
Well, now let's see whether or not Ad Astra can find the angles, the positions they need. Only 2 eliminations up. I think looking at Yakut, that is a very scary figure to have, right? 13 eliminations to their name. But, of course, we are going to keep our eyes absolutely glued to the side here of the Kazik Limerence team, right? Already 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners. They are still in the swing of things. They still have 4 players up. They are sitting with 4 eliminations to their name. But now as they approach the southern edge of zone, they're going to have to contest against the side of Brute Force. And, well, you can bet yourself $1 on it. Brute Force not going to let any opportunity slide past them as they turn their focus inwards, looking to see if they can maybe find even more of a continuation onto the side here of Ruch Dreamcore.
And Yagi and Brute Force have had such a dominant position all this game so far from the ruins. It's now just them to stop the broken Galatasaray squad from coming in deeper to that zone. They've got the roadside as well against them ever so slightly. Will affect them if they need to move in further south of his zone. Unfortunately, however, Kaziks, who have been on a tear, are only going to look to tear them up. Unfortunately, one tab has fell down, and Akame as well going to struggle against here Galatasaray. Yakut going to fall away for the meantime as Brute Force down 1 for now. 1 for 1 trade, but there comes through the extra spray, and Brute Force grab it indeed. Up to now 7. Galatasaray going to be stepping up as well, knowing that the fight has just come through from Brute Force and Kazik Limerence. Brute Force, so DK, they're still 4 members strong, and for now, Galatasaray, a slow approach means that they won't be able to come too quickly into this fight for surprise.
I gotta say though, I mean, Hate Me having a very appropriate name as well as pose. As we can see, they're just absolutely ripping into the side there of Kazik. But that's not where Brute Force is going to be stopping as they do bring in an end to the side of Galatasaray. Now, the only team to contest them is going to be none other than Ruch Dreamcore. But Yagi needs to be very, very careful out on the edge. Again, right now it's down to positioning and prioritizing the assault. As you can see, Ruch starting with their nades, cooking it up. Those HP bars looking pretty good and healthy on their end. And that is going to be knocking Yagi right on down.
Yeah, a nade will come through to try finish off the side of Yagi as well. They're going to come in from the other angle. Sonya actually looking here, for the final elimination. They will find it. There comes the second, but Solo is now finally, it comes down to the side of Nova to be able to finish this one through. Down them versus Artica, but here Dino as well on the other angle finds another. Bazumi, the last one, makes it a 1v1, uses the bodies of their teammates to block the shots and comes around the back at the rock and finds the final shot through. And Rook Dreamcore come out there with the winner chicken dinner. Crucial for Rook in the standings, considering that they needed to come back versus the rest of KZ Glimmerance, and by taking those eliminations, they will definitely do so, rise in those standings.
I mean, it is quite the performance coming through here from Rook. Dreamcore, of course, coming into the match. You know, they were sat with only 17 points accrued here so far today, but now, of course, they're also going to be looking to reclaim their position atop the overall standings. I mean, starting the match with 84 total points, one winner chicken dinner already under their belt, now adding their second one to the mix. I mean, them and the Saudi of Kazik, the only two teams with 2 chicken dinners to their name. So a phenomenal rise here from Rook Dreamcore yet again. But, well, we're going to have to see how all these points will eventually be impacting our overall standings.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how Rook now, with those extra points they got for themselves, will be closing that gap versus KZ Glimmerance. Don't forget also the fact that we had Brute Force at Astra there too, climbing around that, as we mentioned, very close center of the leaderboards. So it will be a good Brute Force to be able to get up a few of those spots with that Hawk match under their belt. Rook Dreamcore, however, did come at the end with that chicken, and of course, once again, the 17 total points for them, with those extra 4 placement points that come through between the first and second, will definitely be a crucial difference maker potentially in the ending matches if it is going to stay close between those top teams. Galatasaray, another one of those top squads, and there Varesh getting the 267 longest elimination distance.
Yeah, well done to them. Faresh definitely looking to bring in quite a bit of a reach. Surprising enough, though, actually the rescues considerably lower this time around. Only 13 as opposed to 20 that we saw all the way back in our first match. So I like how things are looking to change up. The team's definitely looking to play a lot more of a consistent approach across the way. Even looking at the healing, it's not as high as we've seen in the previous matches. So, you know, definitely a lot of improvement coming through here. The team's being able to survive a little bit more effectively, if I could say that way, right? But,
yeah.
I mean, again, looking at the standings here, it is looking very, very good over onto the side here of Rook Dreamcore.
Yeah, Rook definitely, as we said, needed those points, and doubling about the score of Kha'Zix, it still won't put them in that first position, as we will get to see later. But for the side of the gap that was coming through from Kha'Zix, that will be now shortened. So definitely Rook looking to get back into that top position here. Yeah, Jakut also doing the same, climbing up in that leaderboard, remember, slowly alongside Brute Force here with these 16 and 15 points respectively. Galatasaray making sure that they can at least stay around in this third position with that 10 points for themselves as well. It does fall down again, I think, down to the bottom of those leaderboards, a few of those less results overall, and I think we can definitely argue here, DK, that we are starting to see a gap in the teams that are performing consistently in the finals versus those teams and those players, I guess, are performing maybe not so much in the finals or struggling to.
Yeah, maybe we could say a little bit less optimal. But, of course, as we know, this match then also marks the halfway point of the day. It means we are 3/4 done with the playable section here. So there's still going to be quite a bit to be had, and a great opportunity for teams to continue to try and maybe step it up. But as we know, things are becoming much, much closer and a lot more decided over towards the overall standings.
Yeah, and these overall standings, we'll get to see them soon. Of course, we are just seeing the player focus there, and the eliminations and damage now from the game so far. 13 eliminations, and of course, the highest damage, no surprise, coming through from the side of Yakut Spirit, and Rook Dreamcore also stepping up there, of course, with the 1400 damage and those 7 eliminations at the top. Slightly more damage, of course, coming from the side of Fenerbahce, their longer fight we saw versus the Lakers, unfortunately not working out for them, as well as Slytherin 2 just struggling in terms of their Eagles as well. Those rotations that we saw coming through from those other islands later in on to the southern western portion of the zone it did end up coming to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of excitement that we've seen come through in our first 3 matches. But of course, as we know, we are already halfway there. We still have 3 more to go. Next up, of course, we are going to be heading into a little bit of that Miramar spice.
Yeah, we'll have to see how his teams do here, DK, on our final Miramar match of the finals, because those teams, they better get a move on with only 3 games to go and a short break before then.
where things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
It looked to be muted here, and I'm hoping that we will now be able to jump down onto Miramar soon, because DK, as we said, as I was saying, it will be a very close one indeed.
Yeah, it is indeed going to be a very, very close one. It is going to be the final Miramar, the final showdown out in the desert to see how many points our teams were able to accrue coming through into this play here. But of course, looking at the stats, right, that we have, I mean, there is a great opportunity for a bit of an upset to be had here, right? Kazik, Galatasaray, Ruch, they've all had the opportunity, their hand at a bit of that success when it comes to the winner chicken dinners. But now it's going to come down to whether or not either of them will be able to continue forward with that momentum, or whether or not we could have a potential team looking to contest it and play the upset. I mean, here we could have someone like Fenerbahce, for instance, step up, or even the Wildcats looking to claim their winner with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, the Wildcats definitely as well have been a more dominant force here on Miramar. I actually am really curious about that northern rotation. There seems to be a heck of a lot of players jumping, interestingly, towards that very much northern part of Miramar here. It's going to be Pain Ladies, Digital Alex, and KR Lionesses all together, and Lakers even going to be jumping off there too. All, meanwhile, outside of the zone though, DK, is that zone did go towards the south, and a very empty zone by it as well.
Well, empty sometimes is good, right? Because that means that there's a great opportunity for a lot of plays now to be had. But as we can see, we've got 2 points of contention, right? We've got Brute Force as well as Bonfire Female, Game G, all the way up into Torre Ahmada. On the opposite end, we've got Lakers, Pain, and then, of course, you have even more contention looking to just find its way on through. I mean, it's such a tough spot to play through. But for Digital Athletics, sharing the position up in La Cobreria, it's going to be a pretty tough one to ensure that they will be able to hold on to the ground, at least for the time being. On the other side, Brute Force definitely going to be looking to apply everything they can right here into Torre.
Yeah, and Brute Force here as well. Need to be careful where all those players of Bonfire Female just behind them. So the flank is a possibility here for Brute Force. You can see, unfortunately, as that flank does come around, one of them will fall. Seren also jumping down off of the cylindrical building here. And now coming around the backside, trying to bait them forward, hopefully into the line of Susu. The smoke gonna block off at least one angle. Only 10 bullets now, has to reload. 25 now in the clip. Making sure they got enough. You can see not that much though, only 7 in reserve on top of what they've got, so the shots have to be accurate. With Brute Force, unfortunately, yeah, Susu coming around the backside, we expected it to be the case. Will find that secondary flank. Will get returned by Dino. The damage, however, has been done here already, DK, and 2 should fall here for Brute Force.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate play, but as we've seen Hate Me clutching out over on Sanok, they could still maybe be a bit of an opportunity to be had. But we're going to have to see Dino also now lock in that push as they are readying their mounts, right? Getting ready to find a bit of a full rush moving forward. But also then, 1-5 female finding themselves in a very similar predicament. It is essentially a 1v1 as we do see Voodoo now just locking in the play. Quick molly up the top. It's going to be a quick showdown here to have either of these two teams be the deciding controlling factor up in Torre Ahumada. But again, right, this could go either which way. Of course, as we know, it is going to be that climb, that push for every team now to try and not only solidify their position on the overall leaderboard, but also trying to improve as much as they possibly can. And out of these two teams, I definitely think that Bonfire could be the one to, benefit even more of a few additional points.
Yeah, difficult here for them. They did look like they were falling down, 2 of them as well here, so that fight has evened up ever so slightly. Brute Force will fall, as you can see by the end of it. So does it look like Digital Athletics going to soon follow after? Is Blair now in some trouble? Separated from the rest of their team is KR Lionesses stepping in to that northern compound here. All 1,000 meters away about, so this fight will need to be finished up quickly to make it into this later first phase. Unfortunately for Digital Athletics, walking straight into Kauai, and that will be the first to fall. 4 now up for the side of KR Lionesses, as they have also taken down, I believe, the side of their, Pain Ladies as well, down to 2.
Yeah, so, I mean, this could still go either which way, right? We got 3 teams now in contention here for La Cabrera. I mean, it could be Lionesses, it could be Digital Athletics, it could even be the upset being played by Pain. But again, it's all going to be decided as they, kind of look to play out their strategies. And, Lionesses, they seem to be rather committed to get the jump over on towards Digital Athletics. Pain on the other side, though, they've made a quick little bit of a repositioning. You can see they're now starting to climb the hilltop.
Yeah, I like this coming through from Pain. Now, Logica has spotted this out, so they shouldn't be punished by Pain's new position. In saying that, though, you have to again look at all of the utility that they've got. It's really non-existent, quite frankly, for KR Lionesses. They've got only a few energy drinks to their name. Digital Athletics also are trying to make an escape there, punished ever so slightly by Logica, hopefully to try and keep them inside the building to stop them making that flank behind, as they have turned their focus onto Pain's upper hill rotation. That zone still going to be teams mostly just looting up down very peacefully inside of it. Fenerbahce did get some respite from Rook, who have made that change this game, just down towards the northern side of Los Leones, understanding, hopefully also by the parachutes that were coming down so early on, but that southern side should be overall fairly clear for those southern teams to navigate more so in that city there as a result too. Lakers even indeed as well, making that big move over to Trailer Park even, I believe, on that much more western northern side.
It's going to be a tough one to try and play their way through, especially looking at the contention that we have still holding true here in La Cabrera. But I mean, the rest of the lobby, looking relatively decent. There's a lot of space, right? It is Murmur at the end of the day, so ample opportunity for teams to get themselves situated where they would like to go. Speaking of which, we've got Fenerbahce right here up into the lovely Picado. But I'm curious to see exactly what the Dennis Bank Wildcats are going to be doing, as we do see them now holding up a position just up on the hills to the north. Not exactly going to be trying to get too much information as to what exactly is happening up here towards Picado. But still, I think a good position that could be held nonetheless.
Yeah, the Newsbank Wildcats, definitely a position for them that will favour, again, their playstyle. As we said earlier in the day, right, DK, it's much more of a team that loves to really capitalise against their enemies from the long range. We saw, I believe it was Ayla, who was able to land so many of those shots from the long range yesterday, particularly on Miramar as well. So this is a team that wants to be able to have that control in the game. Something I think the Newsbank Wildcats have suffered slightly in terms of finding that control against these better teams, of course, inside of the finals versus what we saw perhaps in their phase 1 performance of the tournament. So this is something that has been difficult for them to grasp and given their results so far. But northern eastern side though is starting to see again more contention as Yakut even contesting the side of KYS Virtue here, is they actually will just position and stop on the other end. Akami still to come very far and much more closer here towards the rest of KYS Virtue. A vehicle blow up will at least stop Akami for now and slow down that movement coming out from Yakut onto the high ground.
Well, let's see who will be the one to reign supreme here. It's going to be Delicia up at the top. Ooh. Just trying to find the approach. Meanwhile, it's going to be Kowalski getting right up close and personal. Good bit of cover fire coming through from the rest of the squad. But will we see Kowalski secure that nade, land that position that they need to try and find if they are going to be looking to bring a halt to the advances here of Yakut. But I mean, especially Yakut, this is a very, very tough spot to be in. Not exactly the predicament that you want to find yourself, but let's see. Maybe they can still find a way to manage a bit of a bounce back here.
Yeah, I see what they're trying to do, trying to control the blue zone with them against it. It will cut off the amount of movement they can make. However, that blue zone's not moving in for about another minute. So as much as the idea is great and it should work for temporarily at least to hold them in one position, it's not going to pressure them so much as if the blue zone would come up behind them. Unfortunately for Yakut, they have now put themselves into a bit of corner. This nade will provide some bounce back for them, and it will actually force the side of KYS Virtue away from them more crucially. So this is really their option here and a moment to push back here, Yakut, and if they don't do so, that revive will come through and again they will find themselves in the same problem. So with that bounce and with that nade, they will be able to, as you can see, make that rotation around and choosing not to fight even crucially here to make it instead into the zone further on.
Well, I think that's a very worthy call to be making here, because, I mean, Yakut, you know, they've come to the realization is that finding themselves pincered on the edge of the blue is not going to be opportune for them. It's not going to be ideal. They need to find a way to get themselves away out of that pressure situation and maybe look for a position elsewhere in the zone, right? Looking to just improve the approach that they too could be taking to bring in even more of those points.
Yeah, and here Rook really looking to control a very strong position. Of course, this church inside of the zone in this point will provide so much information, so much potential for these teams rotating around. Unfortunately for Rook, Galatasaray are already within the compound and are causing these problems for Rook in terms of looking for that alternate control. Fenerbahce are in the distance. We'll have to see if they come closer. Meanwhile, Rook are going to be able to find one onto Galatasaray. Seitanova as well needs to come back in and support the rest of his team, as they really do need to now close in and finish this fight off versus Galatasaray with more teams incoming to the zone.
Let's see whether or not Seitanova can get this place secured. A great opportunity as we have a very battered and bruised Galatasaray. But again, providing him with too much of an opportunity is going to allow for a quick reset to happen. And you can see Samiri also now just holding onto the edge, waiting patiently in the vehicle to see what the push will be. I mean, Ruch, right, as we know, one of those very, very aggressive teams. And they've just been so good at pacing their overall placement. They're going to want to try and see if they can wrap up this play and maybe even award themselves a few additional points.
Yeah, this is very important for Rook, especially with Galatasaray close behind them on the standings. And Rook, of course, wanting to try maintain that top position where they can. And with also, of course, Kazik beating them out currently on those spots. So it is very close overall. Rook will need this position to be able to continue to climb up towards that top spot in that search for the victory. Unfortunately, though, for them, the zone has left the church side. It will shift now down towards the south here, DK, and those southern hillsides already taken up by K6 themselves. Slytherin as well going to take up that slightly bigger house on the other hill adjacent to it on the eastern side. So the big two spots already taken away here. You are looking at maybe perhaps the Eagles taking that other big location on the northern side with that hill just north of the road there cutting across the zone. Would be another crucial spot for Eagles to control.
Yeah, it could be a very interesting position indeed for them, but we also then say goodbye to Bonfire Female as they will get wrapped up. At least 4 eliminations getting awarded to them. But here we go. KMG now also hopping in their vehicles as they've now come to the realization they maybe need to get their butts back in zone because, you know, just playing out on the edge here is not going to be the opportune position. And this is where they need to practice a little bit of that self-control because I think you have far more of a fighting chance applying yourself from within the zone as opposed to playing from just outside of zone itself.
Yeah, I mean, around this outside of the zone, there are those spots, DK, as we mentioned, the church being one of them, just on the edge. However, these teams, they really do need to get themselves in towards that center. A lot of them coming especially from further away. So again, the information and the speed at which these teams have come into zone will not allow them that much information inside of it or the positions of these teams, only who is directly in front of them. Specifically, so KYS Virtue, as you can see here, trying to make a bit of a rush through onto the other side of that hill to get a better position versus KMG, who have been slightly slower, I would argue, here on this potential location against them, where they have taken more of a lower ground position. They've not been so aggressive in making sure to stop the rotation from the compound itself, and giving it away to KYS could be an issue with Galatasaray. I liked again here this move that they made it back. I'd be curious to actually see how they managed to get behind Rook here and punish him in this direction. This shouldn't have really been allowed. So Rook definitely made a mistake here in terms of allowing Galatasaray too much space to wrap around outside of his compound and now punish him on the exit from Church.
We also did see the players there from the KR Lionesses running into a little bit of a difficult play as they had to cover quite a bit of ground, but I think a slight delay in that rotation has cost them quite dearly as they've now been taken out with those 5 eliminations to their name and not in a position to add on top of that all the placement points they could have potentially found here. But this is a golden opportunity for the rest of the lobby as we are left with 12 teams. Dennis Bank Wildcats, beautiful position all the way over in towards the western side here of the zone. But again, now it's going to come down to how well they'll be able to defend against the momentum Galatasaray has been able to find here. I mean, Galatasaray also sitting with a decent amount of elims up. They've got 3, but again, yet still a lot of ground to cover, and it is going to be quite a bit of an uphill battle to get themselves situated here.
Yeah, Galatasaray, they've done the work there to punish Rook, but you can see, right, in the scope of that hillside, it will be so difficult for them to be able to navigate, especially with vehicles up here. You can navigate, though, into that redeem section. That code for 300 UC, there will be more still to come, keep in mind, as KMG Sports still are going to contest their own location on the hill here. They're going to actually drive past it, so this is very aggressive, and indeed, another aggressive double 600 UC appearing on screen as Dennis Bank Wildcats pushed up by Galatasaray.
Well, the UC is flowing, the lead is flowing all over the place. Now it's going to be up to the Wildcats to see if they can maybe contest a little bit of a position here, but Eddie, not having any hope as they will get taken on down. Yet another code is going to be popping on screen. Another 300 UC getting delivered. And of course, as we know, a grand total of 25k UC getting splashed onto the screen here. You got to keep your eyes for that 10k UC. That is going to be coming in at some point throughout the day. Of course, well, as we know, it could be in match 4, could be 5, or match number 6. So you're going to have to ensure that you stay here if you want to have an opportunity to potentially get your hands on that 10k UC. In the meanwhile, it's going to be KMG now looking to get themselves back into contention, back into the fight. But looking especially over towards the score on screen, things are definitely starting to heat up with more 600 UC now being popped up.
Yeah, another 600 on the board is here, KMG Esports. Stuck really in a very central position, tight between all of these mountains. Yes, But they do need to get back into that zone, and Kasich Limerence, a big threat here as they will close, I would imagine, up towards that southern point, that hill inside of the zone, and block a lot of these rest of these teams to come into that zone from the southern entrance. There would be then a wider rotation possibility, perhaps of KYS Virtue, KMG there to move all the way to that southwestern point where you could sort of sneak your way in. It would be very difficult though indeed, especially with now this stage 4 into stage 5 blue zone DK doing so much damage. However, that would have to be an instant rotation and something that again even the side of Kasich would not punish.
Well, let's see whether or not any punishment will be dealt by the side of Kasich, as well, it's still quite a bit to be had. Kasich now with only 1 elimination up, and in the meanwhile, there's going to be Letty letting it loose onto the side here of the Lakers, looking for a bit of a slam dunk. Oh, it is an absolute barrage, but of course a quick response coming through. As you can see, Rogue now also getting wrapped up, 12th place. It is a very, very tough run indeed, but Eagles keeping their eyes on the prize, right? Want to see if they can maybe clutch this one out in the opposite end. It is going to be the side here of Slytherin now still looking to contest, but instead it is a beautiful nade to come in.
And this is an aid that KYS Virtue really needed to be able to push away Slytherin and get into this zone. You can see the blue is really engulfing them in their spot right now. They will also dispatch of QSE, who was stopping them and punishing a few of those members. Faleka as well, getting caught a moment that they move away from that hay bale. Will now smoke up, only make the position though more obvious. KYS Virtue will dip into the blue, too much blue juice in the terms of yourselves, DK, as Slytherin looking to avoid that blue juice as well. It is getting pretty strong. It's a blue juice, the concentrated version, but there's no water here to dilute it on the desert.
It's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. I mean, you can try energy drink, but you know, blue juice, energy drink, they don't really mix well together. It does give you a rather strange sensation in your tummy, and you don't want that, right? You don't want that. Instead, you want to feel on the top of your game, and I think this is exactly the kind of momentum and mental approach these teams will need to try and apply moving through this next play here, as we do say goodbye to KMG as they go out in 9th place with 1 elimination up. It is now up to the rest of the lobby, and I gotta say though, Galatasaray, they looking pretty formidable at this point. They got full HP bars, they got a full roster still in this match, and I mean, again, who is going to be able to oppose them?
Yeah, Galatasaray really, of course, looking to try get themselves back up on this leaderboard. They will need these games, all of them, to be able to do it. Miss Miramar, though, will be a good start, and the control just needs to be slightly more. They are ever so slightly outside of that zone. Will need to come down from their controlling point at the moment. Kasich as well. In some issues, just at the edge of that hill. Payne, Sarah can have an angle, and you can see as well Amaya looking back towards that location of the structure, knowing that there could still be that Payne member there within the vicinity. Galatasaray, meanwhile, just taking the shots. Over on to Slytherin, is we have hit a semi-stalemate, you could say, between all of these teams until we get to that next stage 6 point.
Well, I mean, stalemate's got to come through at some time in these matches. And now, of course, looking over on towards Payne and Slytherin, it is going to be a very, very tough end for both of them. But with that, we are down to our final 6 remaining teams. And again, Galatasaray, they have the elevation. They have a beautiful position to try and work off of. But Eagles, a very similar kind of fitting here. Only a 2-piece, though, so that might hamper the potential advances they could be looking to show, as we do see also then the end of Yakut finding its way through. Kasich could be feeling quite a bit of the pressure, and I mean, they've got Fenerbahce on the one side, as well as then of course the Eagles looking to approach from the opposite end.
Yeah, Eagles as well need to be careful. They are getting completely surrounded by a lot of these teams around the location. All of them opting to go into the fight instead of the zone. And it's only really Galatasaray who are looking in with the sight arrows, as you can see on that mini-map, towards that next stage 6 mark. And they will do so, wrapping to the south side again, also joining in ever so slightly into that fight. Eagle Esports, so Letty, look at the armor. Almost completely degraded. Not really that much left without also the backpack there being picked up at least now. But unfortunately for Kha'Zix, they will fall first. And Fenerbahce there to take them away. Eagle Esports struggling, however, still, as they are only looking to blind control with the sound movements of where Fenerbahce are going.
I think the big concern at this point is going to be Galatasaray being the only team within the zone, right? They've got a golden opportunity to turn that power against the opposing teams. And as you can see, Eagles also finding themselves in a very sticky situation as Fenerbahce has got a few bits of lead with their name on it. They are going to be looking to apply quite a bit of pressure as they still need to climb the hill. Also still got to watch out for the Lakers, see, that are going to be just riding all over the place. But here we go now. MelCG trying to get that HP bar mended. Oh, it's not going to work though, as they will run out of time. And now, it is the final 3 teams. Galatasaray still holding on to the advantage. Lakers, Monarchy, and Fenerbahce going to have to claw their way through, while, of course, our viewers fight for control of the 300 UC code up on screen.
Yeah, it is going to be the 300 UC is here. Fenerbahce looking to control away the Lakers. They were split. They were going to struggle, and it's down to Fenerbahce to keep that high ground control. However, they have to come down. That zone's closing in. Galatasaray need to just slow it, be patient, and allow that zone to do some work to keep the pressure for Fenerbahce to come closer into the zone. The smoke there going to block off the sight lines ever so slightly as Toppy switches out weapons, but that will be enough for the side of Fenerbahce to find a 1v1, and Alina barely alive again, making another 1v1 work is Marty. Very low down in that northern portion of the zone. They are praying that that zone shifts back north. It will not. It will go away from all of these teams, both 10 and 10 at a piece. But Galatasaray, they're low on these smokes, and they need to move up this hill with Fenerbahce overlooking them.
I mean, this is going to be a golden opportunity for Fenerbahce. As we know, they are going to be looking to chase that position up on the leaderboard. Coming in here, there was quite a bit of a gap between both these teams, with definitely the side of Galatasaray situated much, much further up the board. But Fenerbahce, they've also not had the opportunity or the luxury of getting in their hands on a winner chicken dinner. And I got to say, this match, they stand a very good fighting chance. They've got the numbers advantage, they've got the elevation advantage, and they've got a little bit of cheek here. As you can see, Elena not going to be waiting for the hits to connect. Instead, they are going to be pushing straight forward, letting the utilities fly. But I'm not quite sure whether they are aware of Faresh's position up in this little shed. Obviously, now the answer is yes.
Ooh,
Up comes a quick cheeky nade. Come on, it's going to be the one, though.
Yeah, they get out just in time. You can see the nade wasn't cooked. Perhaps if they cooked it, it would have been there. The knock onto Faresh. Faresh, though, very badly wounded. That will be Alina's nade to finish off the second one onto Faresh. Alina stepping up, feeling herself for this final 1v1. She's done it twice before, and now just needs the third time's the charm, and she will get it. And now we Fenerbahce with a big win here on board. 22 points for them, and as you said, climbing that leaderboard tonight, and they are definitely moving up the standings.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough one because, as we know, they are definitely going to try and chase as hard as they can. You got to commend the effort here. Fenerbahce playing an absolutely phenomenal game and such a dominating presence that they were able to assert coming through, especially into these last few zones. I mean, honestly, I was quite surprised that Galatasaray wasn't able to convert that into a chicken. I mean, they had such a phenomenal positioning. But unfortunately, right, you got to have a little bit more than only positioning. You're going to have to commit to follow through.
Yeah, I definitely think in terms of the commitment, Galatasaray, they could have perhaps set that zone ever so slightly more. They had the utility, they had the nades, they had the smoke still. They could have stopped, I think, harder the side of Fenerbahce from getting into that zone from the blue that was pressuring them. If they had slowed them down, that blue would have maybe done some more damage. There maybe could have been potentials for knocks, but the maybes weren't eventuality. And Fenerbahce, of course, did come through in reality with that chicken dinner win, 22 points. There's 12 eliminations for them as well. And I think for them, this is definitely going to be interesting now, going back onto Sanhok as well, where I would say they have struggled slightly more sometimes on Sanhok to come out with some good consistency on points. So this will at least give them the confidence to do so going back onto the jungle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't do wrong with a little bit of a confidence boost, right? Especially moving into a map the size of Sanhok. And looking at everything what Sanhok can throw at them, I mean, it is going to apply quite a bit of that to them. Speaking of which, though, 22 points here for Fenerbahce. That is exactly the kind of impact that they need to try and make. But as we know, there's still 2 other maps to go. So Fenerbahce, if they are going to be looking to accomplish what it seems like they have in mind, is going to take a lot of focus all the way through. And of course, there we have it. 401 meter hit coming through.
Look, I was waiting for it, DK. Finally, we get a 400 meter longest elimination distance. I believe that's the first one of the tournament so far. And Toffee, I think what is no surprise, we could argue in a way that Toffee would be the one to do it, judging it, she was the MVP from the last season. If anyone was going to do it this season again, it would be the MVP star from the previous season in Toffee.
100% agree with you on that. So, well played to Toffee, getting the job done. But speaking about getting the job done, again, I mean, good showing coming through here with the rescues, but gotta say, also a very heavy hand with regards to utilities.
Yeah, the utilities have been very much on the up all day. I mean, DK, you saw the utilities being about only 130, 140 or so in terms of the previous Miramar and Sanhok games. There were some more utilities yesterday in Orangel. This time around, every single match has been around that 230, 40 mark, or even, I believe, we saw even in the Sanhok, no, it wasn't the Miramar game, where we saw almost 300 utilities being used at the highest, I believe, or tournament at 294.
Well, speaking about 294, we are going to be looking at a lovely 22-pointer getting secured on the board. Aside from that, though, we've got 16 coming through for Galatasaray. So even though they weren't able to clutch up with that winner chicken dinner, they still brought in a very strong effort, securing themselves double-digit eliminations, and that converts quite well. But as you can see, the rest of the teams, they're going to have to settle for a few of the scraps, right? Lakers, 3 eliminations, good amount of placement points coming their way. But, I mean, even the KR Lionesses, right? A very costly decision that they made in this game, deciding to maybe come through with a little bit more of a delay as opposed to getting themselves preemptively situated up in towards the zone. It did, deny them access onto more placement points.
Yeah, and Toffee here is a player focus, no surprise, as we will be ringing the ding-dong bell of Neptunes back over to succeed and to celebrate Toffee's 1,100 damage as those 6 eliminations come through. Of course, Alina and Scissor there from Fenerbahce getting that 2nd and 3rd position, with Faresh still on Galatasaray there. The 800 damage, the supporter of damage coming through with only 1 elimination, and Sarah for the 479 damage on Team Pain and 3 eliminations. Surprised at Team Pain, I think, making it there still on to that top 5, considering that they did struggle, I think, this game in terms of the early fights that they were having. Definitely those eliminations and those damage must have come through from those earlier skirmishes that they were having versus Digital Athletics and KR Lionesses.
Yeah, I mean, struggles are going to be unavoidable across the battlefield here. So, you got to take it as it comes on through. But still, I mean, 664 damage, that is nothing to scoff at least there for the side of Team Pain, converting themselves those 3 eliminations out of it. And, the team's definitely looking to be quite active. Galatasaray, though, I mean, 2,800 damage. That is quite a big punch that they've been able to pack into this game. But again, they need to try and continue with that push, right? Continue with that play, look to see if they can replicate the efforts even more.
Yeah, and they've got to be able to make those efforts replicated in these last 2 matches, DK, because that's all it comes down to get that championship title. 2 more games. Sanhok, the final one of the tournament, is up next after another break. Welcome everyone back to now the 5th match in the one before the penultimate, and it is Sandhawk here, DK, myself, Alan Wolf, as well on the desk here too, and DK is starting to get pretty close around that top 3 section. We won't spoil it, but Galatasaray with also that good performance. Yes, Fenerbahce are climbing, still Galatasaray in close contention versus Kasich and also Rook towards the top of those standings. Sandhawk, though, has been a different story. And as we said, we saw teams like Brute Force, for example, even today, taking those chicken dinners at the top of this jungle matchup. Now would be the chance, if any, for, of course, our top teams to break away in this jungle game.
I mean, there is going to be quite a bit of pressure, right? We've been talking about pressure. We've said that there's pressure. The pressure's not going to stop anytime soon. It's going to hold true all the way to the very, very end of today's games here. But I guess it's all going to boil down to how the teams are going to be coping under said pressure. Because, as we know, there is still a bit of a position to try and play for. We see a flying car now making its way on down. That is definitely a new one. I'll take it. I mean, it probably helps.
We've seen skateboards. We've seen cars. You know,
the skateboards are fine. That's normal. I mean, but a flying car, that's not necessarily something.
When we see a flying bus, I'll be happy. Yeah. Or flying tuk-tuk, if we're keeping in the spirit of
tuk-tuk. Yes,
Sandhawk,
not a bus.
yes.
Because if it's a bus, we're on a different game.
Yeah, it's true. We could come back to that another tournament. Unfortunately, we're all out of Miramars, as it were.
Yeah, we are indeed. So it is what it is, though, right?
Yep.
I mean, Miramars all done and dusted. This is the final Sandhawk, the final opportunity for a little bit of a rumble in the jungle. And I'm curious to see who's going to be the one trying to reign supreme here. Because, again, as we've established, right, we've seen a few teams that have a bigger preference with regards to Erangel and Murmur. And, Sandhawk is sometimes like a bit of broccoli, right? Some people like it, other people don't.
I like broccoli.
Especially
Who
in this
doesn't
event.
like broccoli? Come on.
Me.
You don't like
plate,
broccoli?
I'll eat it, but I won't dish it up myself, right? And on that premise, this is where teams kind of have to just eat the broccoli, right? Whether or not they like it or whether they don't,
True.
right? They're just gonna have to sit through it, get the broccoli down, get it done and dusted. Because unfortunately, for them, it plays an important role in this event, especially in the final, seeing that it has a 1/3 contribution to the overall score.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if we're using that theory, because you also argue, but then similarly, I guess Brussels sprouts would be another one here, but every match is like a Brussels sprout, where the zone goes. You gotta just eat it and take it, basically, whether that zone goes towards you or not, and whether it favors you or not. Is that what we're using for an analogy? I like Brussels sprouts. I like Brussels sprouts. No. What do you like? Is there something it's like... See, I guess people like avocados, and I'm not a fan of the texture of avocados.
Spinach.
I like spinach.
Popeye likes spinach, and I like spinach.
Yeah, it's true. Spinach gives the muscles, the muscles.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the muscales. But speaking about muscales, right, it also fits in quite fittingly with the color theme that we have here on Sandhawk.
True.
Right? Because,
spinach suit, add it. Camouflage.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the ghillie suit is made of.
Just actually spinach.
Spinach leaves.
The spinach
That's what
suit.
it is.
That's what I'm going to call it from now on.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
Yep.
You're not wrong, because it gives you power.
It looks like it. Indeed, I mean, you can definitely hide inside the greens, and that is unfortunately Digital Athletics not doing well in that regard, as they will lose Maisie here. Pay Ladies, returning one for now. They are slightly whittled down, healing with the bandages as best they can. They will lose, unfortunately, Say Baby on the long flank. Sarah, as well, just might as well be blowing up. They'll miss their own nade, and here comes one as well from Digital Athletics, coming from both angles. Sarah going to have to at least take down one. That might do some chip damage enough. But it will go wide again. The first aid kit comes through, and Digital Athletics slowly pincering here, unfortunately, Sarah. Payne struggling here to defend as another will fall. Blair finding the back nade onto the second of Team Payne Ladies. The other reviving the one on the back, and unfortunately for Sarah, naded so low, and down she will go. Winnie does get back, Say Baby, but it's the cost of the front two.
See, so when Winnie does an amazing play, you can say that was Winnie the ooh.
No,
Right.
no, DK.
Great
DK,
one.
you're cooking too hard. I mean, Say Baby as well, unfortunately.
It works.
She's definitely eating the
that's-
bullets too hard.
Hasta la vista. You know,
Yeah.
that's just the way it goes. But speaking about hasta la vista, though, I mean, there's one team that I'm going to be keeping my eyes glued to, and that is going to be the Wildcats, right? Because they're the only team on the left side of the standing side, right, that are yet to get themselves a winner chicken dinner. So who knows? Maybe this Sanok could be the one filled with spinach for them. It could power them up and catapult them right up into winner chicken
I
dinner
see.
territory.
So is this what we do to beat the top leaderboard? It's all about the spinach power. That's what we're
Yes.
looking for. Indeed, I mean, well, Digital Athletics, they're not finding it right now. KMG are the ones with that power, as they will take down Cry. So Digital Athletics slower and using some of their utilities there, the healing now being punished by KMG, who had heard those shots, and unfortunately for Digital Athletics in a similar position to the pressure that they were just putting down onto the Pain Ladies. One behind the rock, and that will be none, as the other two will come round and they will blow with that shotgun sky high. Digital Athletics member.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but Digital Athletics now. I mean, I don't quite know what's been going on with them today. They've been having such a tough run. I don't know if maybe it's just the nerves getting to them, but Blair still over there could still look to clutch it out. Speaking about clutching, you can come in clutch with your contribution to the amazing plays. Of course, getting your hands on a bit of 300 UC. You just saw the code there, so pause it, rewind in case you missed it. But you got to be quick because somebody else might beat you to the punch.
Indeed, and there's going to be more still coming through. Keep in mind, we're still seeing a 10,000 UC code, so it is going to come at some point tonight. Whenever it comes, you got to be ready for it. So just keep that website link open, be able to look towards that redeem page itself. And is Eagle Esports looking to redeem themselves up on this leaderboard, speaking of? Because they too need some points, not in terms of UC, but in terms of elimination points here, DK. They have been slipping a slight bit when it comes to these recent games, and if they want to contest that very top of the leaderboard, they're going to need some big matches, and now is not the time to have that vehicle be blown up if they want that.
Yeah, they're going to have to wing it if they want to win it. So let's see whether or not Letty and the rest of the team here can get themselves back into safety. While the viewers can have their choice of another 300 UC now popping up on screen.
And then comes another Pain Lady. Say Baby, they still are not out of the woods yet. Somehow Blair has chased them. And it is going to be a 1 versus 2. Unfortunately for Digital Athletics, they have got 2 players up here. They come out at separate times, so Say Baby, they really needed to come out together. They will at least find it, but it is very sketchy and very low health bars, as Eagle will be even lower on the health bars as a 1-for-1 trade comes right now. There's even 600 UC on the screen right now, but it's in the midst of the fight here as Eagles look for another, but it will be a second going down, and Eagles losing themselves here in this fight. Now only Letty alive will at least return the trade to another 2-on-2, but needs to come in quick here, needs to finish off the rest of those. Looks on the eliminations, but won't be able to, as it will be the side of KMG slipping out into the 5th game. Yakut also in some danger here. It seems like they even were in a fight themselves versus KR Lionesses, and it's fighting all over the shop.
Yeah, well, the Lionesses are going to try and claw their way up onto the placements here, looking for the points, but it's going to be Fayano that will be stopped in their tracks. That is Yakut Spirit getting control alt deleted as they get sent back into the lobby. I mean, V-Nature, again, stepping up with a very aggressive performance. Again, I think V-Nature is one of those players where, if given the opportunity, they can get their hands on 300 UC, as you can currently see it up on screen. But I also think, aside from UC, V-Nature is such a strong player. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of aggression being brought in from that side as well.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing, right? Is when we come into the finals, we knew that there were so many aggressive teams, and even though they were split, some of them between each phase, and we got to see them more individually be able to dominate on the lobby as well from slightly less experienced teams throughout those earlier phases too. Now that they come against all of each other, and they are all these aggressive top teams of the tournament, you start to see who is the actual top of the leaderboard and who really is, you could say, the alpha out of all of the aggressive teams. And I think this is unfortunately just one of those cases where Kaya Lionesses have made not only, I think, some teamfight mistakes, but also rotational errors in terms of these zones as well, which has led them to some difficulty. Unfortunately for them, they will have to look towards that final game to get some more points back. KMG as well moving into that zone, speaking of it. Lakers making the rotation just past Fenerbahce here on towards that more central point of Sanahawk, because Fenerbahce slightly further away shouldn't be able to catch any of these players just now, just passing through the trifecta of these buildings into Kampong here.
Well, let's see where these plays will go as we have yet another bit of UC appearing up on the screen there. I mean, Kampong could be quite an interesting... Tambang, all right, I was about to say.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my
out in the blue.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. That is true.
But yeah.
Look, sometimes we're getting later in the night, you know, we're talking about spinach. I'm getting hungry. I'm not really thinking about the players, you know. You're making me think about the spinach, so... This is definitely like one of those food errors. We're gonna chalk it up to that, right?
Yeah, you got to chalk it up to a little bit of that hunger. Now looking to set on
indeed.
But speaking of hunger, though,
chicken dinner.
I mean, I just had mine already, so I'm still busy with my chicken.
Did you actually have chicken?
Yeah, I'll send you a picture. There's literally chicken.
I don't believe you. You gotta send me the food pics.
I'll send you a pic right now.
I'll believe you when you send me the chicken.
I'll post it to you, the actual chicken, seeing that's already on my tummy. But,
the actual chicken sends live chicken through the internet onto the lap of Highland Wolf, and then there's just a chicken on camera later. That would be interesting. Could you imagine the future where you can just transport things through like the internet, like multiverse?
It's
like
called online. It's called online ordering.
True, that is online ordering, but it doesn't transport through the world of the internet.
No, but the order gets placed, and then you get the chicken at the end of the day. So I guess it still works.
It's sort of like that, but you know what I mean. I want like the full sci-fi like style, you know.
Oh, well, speaking about sci-fi, you have your chicken picture. There.
Okay. I'll have to look.
But in the meanwhile, we are going to be looking over on towards Slytherin as they are patiently awaiting the Bonfire female squad to make any kind of play here. But I think what's good here for Bonfire is that they are waiting to see what the zone is going to be doing before they make any decisive moves. And I think that is a really good assessment as they do find themselves in a very favorable setup coming into this next phase.
Look, I believe you as well. I saw that chicken picture. That is a setup of a devour chicken, you could argue. Yep. It has been eaten. The rice, so I saw the rice. I'm going to call you out. I mean, that rice looked delicious. What about the rice, DK? That's a crucial part. I see. We're working towards the full chicken dinner, you know. We've only got like the 2 eliminations. We're getting the eliminations onto the rice as well. Yeah. Don't let the rice flank you, though. Rice is dangerous sometimes, DK.
I'll just thank it instead of flanking it. But, you know, either which way, though, we got to see who's going to rise to the occasion as we've got a few teams yet to make their decisive plays, their decisive pushes. We can see Winnie all the way out there in Pine None, all by their lonesome. And, of course, that is no surprise, as we know. Team Pain, well, they've had a little bit of pain getting sent their way. And now, I'm going to be looking over towards Lakers, as well as the players there from KZIC, KYS, as well as KMG. I mean, so many Ks on towards that southern side of zone, as well as Fenerbahce, and a few codes up on screen.
Yeah, we can have a UNSC sometimes on the screen as well. We don't have to have all the Ks there. Slytherin holding position for now in this zone. Phase 3 actually has been a quite interesting one. So all of the players right now sort of have their own position. The problem is that in this next shift, this is where it's going to get really dangerous for a lot of these teams, because they're going to have to start to move. And as you can see, the moment these teams start to move like PUBG here for a better position on the next rotation, they do get taken out. And this is a problem with all of these congestion of the players to 46 in a very tight zone, where you have to remember some of it still is in the water, some of it still is on that bridge. So it is actually smaller and more of a phase 4 zone in a phase 3.
Well, speaking about phase 3, we did see yet another UC card coming up on screen, so be sure to go get your hands on that before we end the phase and make our way through into number 4. Speaking of number 4, though, well, we are still going to be looking at a few teams holding on to their full squads there. KYS about to potentially lose a player. Fenerbahce also having to get themselves patched up, but KYS and KMG... oh no, finding ourselves in a little bit of a tough position. I love that Overwatch play, though, that we just saw come through there from the side of Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers being able to snipe one down as well. Can snipe up another code here for yourself at home. Another 300 UC be given away. It's coming out quick here, but just as quickly as that, so do Kazakh Liverans fall to the KL line. That is a big upset here in this game. We said some of the top teams may struggle once more on Sandhawk. Both Eagles and Kasich now out here, DK, very early on, opening the board for a possibility for Rook as well in this game.
Well, I mean, Rook, they've got an opportunity over on towards the western side of Fenerbahce. But Fenerbahce now going to be looking to just work their way through the ditch as we duck and dive our way into yet another UC code on screen. Another 300 UC up for grabs as we await a bit of that Galatasaray play. They're going to have to make their push, right? And I like the setup coming through from Fenerbahce. Nice bit of anticipation being created here. But also then Lakers also now just scanning the vicinity. But Elised now getting knocked right on down, as Akulka now has to find the appropriate response.
Indeed, Akulka going to be stuck very much on the edge of here. Tanbang, KYS Virtue on the high ground as well. Will have to make their move slightly in towards this zone. You can see they will be ever so slightly outside of it. Making their move down, they will be able to now enter into this zone. A few of those drivers doing just so, as Fenerbahce and KLINS is moving across the bridge. Galatasaray trying to cut off that entrance into the bridge. The only team right now with that strong position is going to be Brute Force Ad Astra. Again, another strong position here for Brute Force, where we had a strong showing already on a Sandhawk earlier tonight.
Well, I mean, one strong showing could be indicative of a bit of a hopeful play coming through into this match. But speaking about hopeful, though, Slytherin also got to hope that they can align their scopes onto the targets, as they do have quite a bit of elevation to try and capitalize off of. But I think Galatasaray are going to be focusing all their efforts down into Fenerbahce. Meanwhile, Faresh will get dropped on down. KMG getting their bags packed up for them. And now Tofi enjoying a little bit of a splash time here. But look at that. Fenerbahce absolutely brutal.
Yeah, Fenerbahce, bad little bit of an angle there, were able to get a surprise on top of the ocean. The side of Danny's Bank Wildcats as well going to suffer. They will also fall away to the side of Fenerbahce. As we said, Pain Lady is going to fall to Slytherin as well. Just one remaining there for the Denny's Bank. Wildcats going to fall down. Voodoo getting the shots up against him. Might end up falling here, is also Catbane is going to stroke KYS Virtue even on this zone. A big late rotation. Is Slytherin closing in.
Well, now Slytherin. Well, I think this is the appropriate map for them, right? Because this is the Snake It Till You Make It game.
Le Serpent.
Oui, c'est ça, c'est ça. Anyway, that's the end of my French for today. It's going to be up to the Dennis Bank Wildcats now to see if they can maybe clutch out a bit of an approach. Beautiful strafing there coming through from Voodoo. But as we know, Voodoo has been playing quite a bit of an upset. Not only in this match, we also did see quite a bit of a punch getting packed in back on towards Miramar. Speaking about punches, look at Bonfire Female. Again, just so well poached there. It's going to be an interesting play to see how they're going to be moving forward, as we've got the Wildcats essentially controlling their access into the Snake Zone.
Yeah, the Bonfire Females, a good position here. on the northern side. I believe they are throughout, as you can see from the zone. So actually coming down will be a big issue for Bonfire Female, and because they weren't able to use their positional advantage they had before to take out more of those Denise Bank Wildcat members, they're actually going to be really suffering now coming into the open, coming down into Denise Bank, who have that cover, whereas they will be the ones in the open in the meantime. You can see the blue zone also a big point of pressure. Stage 5 really does get to the point where it begins to hurt just all that too much. Is Bonfire Female barely keeping that one alive, but it should be the end though of them as soon as they move out of the rock. There comes another shot through, and Denise Bank Wildcats, all they have to do is just find that last one, and Bonfire Female not going to have a great time in this game getting in. At least they do grab Sereno into the building.
Yeah, we also did see Slytherin as well as the players there from the side of Fenerbahce meeting a rather abrupt end, just coming off of that bridge to the southern side. But now, Wildcats, golden opportunity to try and assert themselves moving through here. And I mean, this is exactly the kind of strategy that we want to see from the Wildcats. As we know, they're yet to get themselves the winner chicken dinner right here in the finals. In the meanwhile, there's going to be brute force at Astra. Oh, beautiful strafing as Arctica comes through with a frigid play. I mean, absolute devastation getting dealt into the side there of the Lakers, but we are not done just yet. You can see Seren also just hiding up alongside the wall. That is, however, going to be the end. Coming through then from Ruch, as they will get stopped. KYS Virtue following suit. I mean, the teams now will starting to drop like flies.
They are is here still. Denise Bank Wildcats and Brute Force at Astra. It's their zone here to play for. And unfortunately, Denise Bank, another knock against him, proving some difficulty here. And now Brute Force coming in with Siran still in that building. She's doing a lot of work here in terms of just distracting, quite frankly, the Denise Bank Wildcats, and allowing this time here for even Kauai of KLI and Esses to step ever so slightly towards the edge of that zone. If even she can grab a knock, this could help out Brute Force at Astra here.
Well, let's see. Brute Force now going to need every little morsel of assistance they can find here. Down to 2-piece outside of zone, but however, they are sitting on double-digit eliminations. Huawei now also going to have to try and bounce on back. I mean, the Lionesses clawing their way up to 14 eliminations, but the Wildcats, they could have this one in the bag. You can see a very determined approach coming through here from them, just trying to lock it down already, dealing absolute devastation into the side of the Brute Force Dream Core team. But now,
oh no,
the nade getting scary close.
It's gonna go down, it's gonna hit, it does, but it doesn't find any knocks. There comes a second over the top. Aiku looking for the double knock and the wipe as KLINS is just desperately trying to survive, but those smokes, they're fading away, and Kauai, all she's got is a bush. A slight rock there, in fact. It's enough for the meantime. That zone, though, very far away, and it is going to now engulf here Kauai the moment she tries to move. She's trying desperately to avoid the shots, but it's not going to be enough. Alem will find them in time, and now Brute Force here also going to suffer at least a 1-for-1. Alem, though, is here now to support, and it's still a 2-for-1 advantage with the blue zone. That extra evil member of Denny's Bank Wildcats against Brute Force, and unfortunately for Dino here, DK, this will be the end for them, and Denny's Bank Wildcats coming through with their chicken dinner for themselves. Topping it up, I think, for their points. They really, again, needed those points as confidence points indeed as well, you could argue, considering they had been struggling today compared to yesterday's performance. Brute Force, however, another consistent spot for them on Sanhok, I will have to admit. A second position is nothing to scoff at on such a chaotic map.
Yeah, and I gotta say though, I mean, Brute Force, the Wildcats, they were very close with regards to those standings, so it's all gonna come down to how many points these teams were able to pack on in. But a very well-deserved winner with a chicken dinner coming through there for the Dennis Bank Wildcats. It's, you know, always good to see these chickens getting acquired. Now, at least we can rest assured that the left side of the page, right, has ones. A minimum of ones.
There's a minimum of
with
one
regards
chicken.
to those winner chicken dinners.
That's a lot of chickens when you add them up. That is 8 chickens. I've done my maths here, DK. That is at least 8 chickens being given over to the left side. I would like to see some more chickens coming over to the right side. We've still got 1 chicken to give away as well, alongside, of course, our 10k UC, and could be given out in that last game. Could be given out later on the stream. We've got to see where it appears. It's still there, DK, hiding in the shadows, waiting to appear. To be snatched up into someone's pocket. And I am going to be a jealous... I'm going to be a jealous person, indeed, when that 10k UC disappears, because you know what? That's a lot of fashion ability to improve on there. You can really top up your wardrobe with 10k UC.
Yeah, you can try and get an X suit, right? If you're lucky,
True.
you might get your hands on it. I at least have one. I've got 1 X suit, but that's it. No more than 1 X suit.
There's a lot of chances.
I would have loved to have more.
There is a lot of chances indeed. Denise Bank Wildcats as well. Again, their chance to get high on that leaderboard being resurfaced with that chicken dinner. 16 total points for them and those 6 eliminations. The match summary going to Arctica from Brute Force at 283 meters. A very low amount though of utility being thrown and a lot of rescues. I'm surprised we didn't even reach 100 in this game. I would probably say that's about the lowest, if not the lowest, all tournament.
Yeah, but also I think the rescues are that high due to the fact that we had a few players sipping on some blue juice, and maybe they had a little bit too much of the blue juice. It's not good, and your teammates can only try and rescue you as many times, and then unfortunately, things are just going to happen.
Yeah, the blue juice is too concentrated for some players, It does make you feel ill after a while. You've got to dilute it, as we've said, with the water. It's very important to dilute your concentrated juice. As KR Lionesses are going to at least sip up those 19 points, as we say once more. The second position is going to go to the Wildcats with those 16 total points, and Brute Force with equally their 16. 14 eliminations, however, for KR Lionesses in that top position. I mean, they really did turn it up equally themselves to be able to get all of those points and rise themselves on the leaderboard, crucially themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is what all these teams are going to be trying to do, trying to see who will be reigning supreme, who's going to be the team sitting at the top, holding on to the apex, holding on to that beautiful position. But of course, as we know, right, essentially, it is going to be a race for the top 6, because that's where the prize pool distribution is, right? So the teams really want to see whether or not they can actually get into contention, because, I mean, we are looking at so many strong attempts being brought to the foreground here. I mean, Kwawi also coming in with 6 eliminations, Arctica locking in 6, but both players taking a slightly different approach with achieving that based on the amount of damage they've been able to pack in here.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? With KRLINS getting those extra eliminations and getting all those points in that second last game, they probably do come up about close to that 6th position with how close we were mentioning the middle of the standings currently are, and how volatile also that game was, with, of course, a lot of those teams at the top of the leaderboard as well, DK, falling fairly early, as we kind of expected or theorized here, as we have seen previously from Sandhawk matches happening once again, as KR Lionesses, yes, they're going to have those 14 eliminations. Brute Force, the damage, though, still goes to highest to them with 2100. Trying their best. You also see some different damage counts coming through. For example, here for the Battery or Digital Athletics, still about that 1000 spiking up there on the lower end of the leaderboard. But you can see, of course, with Digital Athletics struggling, right, with KMG on top of him. Fenerbahce also really did not find a great position inside of a zone when they were trying to come in, and again also struggled there.
I mean, the struggle is going to be pretty evident as we are now approaching our final match of the day. I mean, it's all going to boil down to the final wrangle to be the deciding factor as to who will be crowned the victors in this season of the PUBG Mobile European Wonder League, right? And that will leave us to wonder who it will be. I've got the foggiest of clues, but we'll find out very, very soon. Of course, it's going to be down to one more game.
Yeah, it is, and it's all going to come down to this Erangel match here, DK, and these teams, they better hope that they can get those points to land on top. We'll see who wins out on that final game just after one more break.
You
Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. Quite literally finals, because it is the final match, DK. We're going to be jumping into a wrangle to see who gets crowned our champion for this entire tournament. And I'm excited, DK, because it is all come down to a very close series of standings. I mean, we can see the points. We're not going to share them because we're evil, but they're close.
It's the culmination of all the days of action now, all wrapping up into one single game, one single match. And, I mean, this is going to be a very, very hairy, scary game, right? Let's be honest. But, of course, it's quite fitting because it is October. You know, it is Spooktober. So, yeah, we love scares. We love things to come through. Gotta say, though, Lionesses coming in clutch with that performance that we had over on Sanok did do some phenomenal things for them with regards to their standings. But,
yeah,
of course, well, we're going to have to drop into the one last match to see exactly who is going to be able to lock in the overall positionings. Because, yeah, there's quite a bit of a situation to be settled here.
Yeah, there is a situation indeed, and it's going to have to be settled on a very even playing path for these players. And the ladies going to come down one more time. Don't expect too much in terms of the hot drops, potentially, from some of these teams still looking for those points. However, in saying that, the alternate strategy could be to drop on one of those lower, less performing teams, right? If you are one of the teams up at the top of the leaderboard looking for those extra points, that would be one way to do so. It's all down to the strategies, the risk versus reward here, because there's no second chance. This is it. You lose out the points here, you will fall down on that leaderboard, and it will stay like that at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, then it's tickets, right? It's tickets. Yep. And, I mean, most of the time tickets are a good thing, but in this instance, no. Tickets are no bueno. So, speaking about no bueno, it does seem like everybody, though, is going to be finding themselves up into, you know, a decent spread across the board. We've got Yakut and Pain both going to be looking to contest each other down on towards the coastline. I think there could be quite a bit of a surprise being held on that end as we see the zone now centering up on towards Yasnaya Poliana. Oy Dios míos, this is going to be a very, very exciting game.
Yeah, now it just needs to go all the way up to Kameshki or Stalbo. If it doesn't go up there, big disappointment, big sad, DK. We've been waiting from the other difficult zones. We had a very difficult zone in Erangel, actually around 30 Pierce of Novka, the first game of the tournament. Would not be surprised if we could end it out on a very difficult zone once more to really test all of these ladies in the final game to see what they're made of, if they can handle the pressure of not only the points, but also, of course, the difficult zone against them. Yakut's going to be very close here, also against the side of Pain Ladies. And unfortunately for Yakut, not the greatest start, as they will lose one. They will be struggling here as Pain Ladies going to look to separate them further with that one knock on the building to the left side.
I mean, but there's a golden opportunity here for the Pain Ladies, right? As we know, statistically speaking, they've been having a little bit of a tough run when it comes to Erangel. Yakut, on the other hand, they've not been experiencing any difficulty. They were quite aggressive in the previous games that we've seen so far. Also, placement points. I mean, they've had a decent share of those, but now it's going to be up to whether or not the Pain Ladies can actually hold the fort. And so far, so good here for Yakut as they do follow through, so giving themselves yet another elimination on board. But that is one down and a few more to go. As you can see, Stassi out just poking into the side there of Ditami, getting the confirmation, and Yakut onto a 3-piece.
Yeah, Yakut crucial here, but they are at least able to defend off the position of Pain invading there. Pain could have, I think, come slightly closer, a bit more aggressive as well on that push. I would have liked to see, say, Baby come in quicker at this moment. You can see they're all coming in a 1. They did actually be able to bait out a 1-for-1 trade. However, it's not the most ideal situation here. It's unfortunately for Yakut, they should lose out on this other Akami if they can't keep Bayano alive. This is crucial they keep their health bar tipped up. If they lose one more, Yakut will be in trouble. Pain just have to be patient, allow Say Baby to be able to come further with the revivers free, but Stessie too aggressive, I think, here. Will lose their life on one, and now CBB the next. And unfortunately for Payne, Stessie getting a bit too eager, but Fiano dropped with a drop shot of Winnie. Will actually be able to grab two. That's a win right there, and I think DK, they were very lucky. I think Winnie to be able to transfer that final double kill. I mean, that did not look clean, and Galatasaray should be able to clean them up, speaking of.
I mean, you gotta say though, Pain Ladies, they did a very similar thing in the previous match. They clutched up, you gotta love it. And now, of course, Winnie, unfortunately, is gonna suffer a very similar fate to what happened to them over on Miramar. I mean, Pain Ladies, they stepped up aggressively, and then they got dealt with. It is unfortunate, but it is the way they go. In the previous match, they ended on 3 eliminations. This time around, again, they get themselves 3 eliminations on board. So at least they are consistent with the amount of elims they get before they make their trek back into the lobby. So it's unfortunate, but you got to commend the efforts being held up here. I mean, Winnie over on Sanok played a good position. Now, right here on Erangel, again, a very good positioning. If it wasn't for Galatasaray coming through with that rush, things could have turned out quite differently.
Yeah, and I think for Galatasaray, just really excellent position there, being able to take advantage of the sounds that were being obviously spoken out from that aggression between the two teams. And also, I think when it comes to now Galatasaray getting those extra points on board, it's really crucial to be able to garner those extra couple of eliminations, considering that they are one of those teams, DK, in this final match that need those points, that need to be getting those eliminations to climb up on the leaderboard every single point and position they can, because it is definitely the side of, when we look back right at the previous matches, at the start of the day, Kazik and also Rook definitely on top, and I would imagine they still would be, given the positions that they've been able to get so far for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one to see what the end of day play is going to be having for us. I mean, as we know, one team in particular came through with a glorious 67 points after the very first day, right? So a very, very strong performance that they were able to secure coming in off the back of the previous 6 matches. So far, we've been seeing quite a few teams also step up to the plate. I mean, Brute Force, Galatasaray, both teams coming into this match have been able to secure themselves 36 points for the day. So, you know, I like this kind of pacing that they've been able to secure, but they still got to push through all the way to the very end, because as we know, it's not going to be over until it is officially over, right? There is so much opportunity here. But I got to say, though, looking at even the performance increase that we've had from the side of Fenerbahce, right? Yesterday, they concluded their gameplay with a total of, I believe, 20 points on board, right, coming into today. But looking at what they've been able to bring to the battlefield here, I mean, Fenerbahce adding an additional 32 points on top of their performance from yesterday. So sitting on a total of about 52 with a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Galatasaray here going to struggle on the aggression. You can see that they've lost the one on the other end. Also making it even more complicated here with Digital Athletics on the horizon on the other angle. So potentially here Galatasaray, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to pull off of this risky play. Getting the team inside of the compound while also Digital Athletics seem to be on even chase here versus the rest of Galatasaray to secure their own position in this fight. And rightly so, I think they will just move out of the facilities ever so slightly, and hopefully we'll be able to get here the rest of Galatasaray, that knocked member, out of there as well. I'm also interested to see how the side, here comes Slytherin as well. I was interested to see how Caroline Essies and Denise Bank Wildcats will be able to perform. Also on the George Pole side, definitely two teams are hovering around that top 6 position in the position, of course, where you can start earning that prize money at the end of the tournament. So definitely a big potential fight that could happen later there as well if they do come into contact.
Yeah, well, they will be making contact very, very soon. In the meanwhile, Galatasaray also now just inching their way close to coming through from that southern approach. But already, KYS, Virtue, they've spotted them out, trying to send a few warning shots across the way. but it's not going to hold, right? Because they also need to try and contest against the side here of Slytherin. So a lovely bit of a triangle now starting to form here, but those are not the only teams within the vicinity. We've got even more, as it seems like everybody is vying for their position up into its center zone.
Yeah, I mean, Slytherin here as well, really looking for that central position. They know that outside, with the zone being more of that difficult position, more open ground, less really positions to hide in when it comes to big compounds or big cities, that they want to take these few buildings, they want to take these valuable spots on the higher ground for the information and for the control later on in this game. You can see, especially around this compound, right, that Galatasaray have, it's very open, so these vehicles are going to be really important actually as well, that they survive and they don't get shot down by teams in the distance, because that will really hinder Galatasaray's potential to be able to get further into this zone. Here, Slytherin retreating back to Mansion, another high ground spot with a lot of open space around it.
Well, let's see whether or not Galatasaray are going to be able to find that magical combination. Of course, now going to be looking to mobilize themselves, just trying to fortify up on towards Feresh here. And I'm hoping to see a bit of a ferocious play from Feresh, because that would just make sense and pan out so beautifully. But Galatasaray also been bringing quite a bit to the table here today, already sitting with an exceptional performance. But will they be able to come in clutch when the situation calls? Because, as you can see, right, they were pulling up on towards Alamo. Already there is someone occupying Alamo, so that's not exactly where they could look to rotate up to.
Yeah, in this zone, I think really Sykes or KNG, Fenerbahce probably going to be looking towards this Yasnaya Poliana with this next stage shift. A lot of the teams you can see as well looking around the potential towards Yasnaya later on. Still these hillsides just to the south of those open fields where Yasnaya is on the south side. That's really where these teams are hovering, of course, as well. And that congestion you can see with more than one team around these buildings and these compounds. Eagles reaching into Bonfire Female and 2-2 split, just not going to have the front line here, Bonfire Female, to be able to contest this easily. The Eagles coming in so strong as a free man, and that nade only going to hurt their boobers and Bonfire Female even more.
That is a little bit of a bumpy play here. Now, Bianca going to be looking to wrap it up as they come strafing on forward. They know what is at stake, but Melcy G though, beautiful off-angle play. Letty in the meanwhile is going to get dropped to their knees. So Eagles still have a bit of an opportunity here to get themselves out of the woods. But will they get the play? Karen now, Saren rather just on the edge. Oh, it is cheeky. It is absolute an upset. So now, as you can see, it is down to, well, I believe Susu to the left, to defend rather the honor here for Bonfire Female.
Yeah, for Bonfire Female, it's been a really tough finals. I think this is really the culmination, as it were, of a really difficult finals. It's a sort of highlight, I guess, of how it's gone for them. Purple, however, has also struggled on the back. Keep in mind, Eagles are in some difficulty here. They will probably lose Purple with Digital Athletics closing in behind them. They will grab that elimination point regardless, so on Bonfire Female, eliminate them out of the rest of this tournament. Keep in mind also your Coop Pain Ladies also out. Yakut, I think one of the bigger names here at DK, that were contesting around the top side of that leaderboard. So with them gone, could be a shake-up here for some of these other teams. Yeah,
it could definitely be quite a bit of a shake-up. Speaking of shake-ups though, Kasich are going to be holding onto a beautiful position up in towards center zone. You can see Rook now also going to be looking for a quick reposition. KMG now making that mad dash, trying to get themselves situated ahead of the other teams rotating up. But, well, they will find themselves a potential play with Digital Athletics and, of course, Brute Force and Astra rotating up behind them.
Yeah, I mean, this Potato Hill is also another great position. Lakers, a 2-2 split. I would have loved, though, to see them come closer together. Really concerned about Lakers being so split with so many teams, such as already KRI and SEs between them. Eagles also going to be stuck here, slightly outside of the zone, with Digital Athletics pushing down onto them. Could be a dangerous position here for Eagles if they get stuck here too long. They will at least be able to dispose of Maisie, and it will actually be the help of Brute Force down the south who will be able to take them down. So some respite coming in for the third party here for Eagles, and the pressure definitely being increased now in Digital Athletics.
Ooh, but the nades are getting scary close. But Digital Athletics still going to try and clutch their way through. Again, they find themselves with the
There
player
it
as
is.
the 10,000 UC code appears on screen.
That is 10,000 UC. You better get that in your pockets, because if you don't, I am getting it at the end of today. That is the 10,000 code again on your screen right here. You better get that on your redeem page. How can I get it, DK, once more?
Well, be sure to head over to your browser, search for PUBG Mobile Redeem. And that is going to take you over to PUBGmobile.com, and you head to the redeem section, and that is where you enter your player ID along with the code that we just saw on screen. You do a little bit of verification to ensure that you are an actual human, and then, well, if you were the first one, it will tell you congratulations. If not, well, someone beat you to the punch.
Indeed, as here, brute force at Astra. They are punching down Eagles here. In fact, they just wiped through Digital Athletics to get their own elimination points. They want these extra eliminations for themselves. The Sliver and Bay2 will fall away. That will be the next one out alongside Digital Athletics. Brute Force at Astra inside the zone. A risky play, but they have already found one down onto the Eagle. Giagi wrapping around the rest of his house, still looking as they heal up. Decide not to heal, in fact. Will go for the nade. A more aggressive option. As the one will be thrown outside of the window, and that will catch Giagi. That's a big knock for Eagles. They need now to just get back. They need to find that revive of their own, be able to heal up. Brute Force will do the same. Malzy or Macy G will fall down. Oh, it will be, yeah, Malzy to the play zone. That will be now reduced to a single player here, the Eagles. The damage has been done, however, and Brute Force, I think they'll be happy with what they've gathered. Looking to now get back into this zone. It has the zone shifted over towards this sort of hillside here with a road that comes through it. A slightly more difficult position, I would argue, here for these teams to finish up on. This hill is not as kind as you would think it would be. It is tall, and you can have that angle above the other players. However, on top of the hill, it is fairly flat, and there is only a couple of sheds to really hide in terms of buildings.
It is going to be a very, very tough one to play around, so I'm curious to see who's going to be able to be king of the hill, crowned at the top of it. Now, you can see Kazik looking to reach in from inside that zone. Lakers also going to be looking to apply themselves up onto the side here of Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce turned up so aggressively in the previous match, but where are they going to be able to pull this one towards next? Right, as we know, Fenerbahce came through with those 4 eliminations on board. So far, we've not yet seen a single one being allotted to them. Meanwhile, KR Lionesses, right, they've tasted a bit of blood over in the jungle. Let's see, are they going to be able to replicate that push, replicate that play, and get their hands on that winner chicken dinner?
Yeah, I mean, here, KR Lionesses could wrap around using his hill now, their strength here. Already on the high ground versus the Denny's Bank Wildcats. We know that KR Lionesses can put out a good performance. They did so just in the last match. Eagles, unfortunate for them, however, will be the next one to drop. And a heartbreak, I think, for Eagles, considering that yesterday went so well for them, DK. But today, it's just not been their night.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, you got to say, though, Eagles, they've been pretty good with their positioning so far today. I think where things started to crumble a little bit was with regards to the eliminations. I mean, in the past 5 matches, they only find themselves 7 eliminations in total. So that definitely does add to the impact and the difficulty of what they are experiencing in these games. And speaking of difficulty, Yalim also going to get spotted as they will get dropped on down. But Eddie could still maybe try and play a bit of a position coming through on the very edge of it. This could be absolutely golden now for the Wildcats, looking to bring them back into a little bit of the contention. But you got to watch out for V-Nature.
Yeah, I mean, here Eddie as well, gonna try to smoke themselves up. It was slightly late there. You can see the issue of teams coming behind them. Unfortunately, the side of the KR Lionesses just called them too quickly. We'll find out the next elimination for them. So up to 4, I believe, for now. Fenerbahce struggling here. Alem always going to go down as well. Rook trying to put up a fight, but it's not enough. There's just too many members. And this is a huge upset for the side of Rook. They needed a big game here, DK. I'm really worried about how this will look, especially with still Kasich up in alive. The side of Galatasaray still up and alive here in this game. These two teams, definitely the ones on top that we've got to keep our eyes on now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big game, right? Galatasaray, though, already sitting on 14 eliminations. I mean, they are trying to ensure that regardless of how this match ends, that they have done enough, right? And of course, we're going to have to wait until we see the scores officially confirmed on the screen to know exactly what the outcome has been here. But I'm looking over on towards Galatasaray. This could be, I think this is so far one of the best matches that they've been playing. And of course now, they still have quite a bit of work yet to do.
Yeah, I mean, Galatasaray, 14 eliminations for them. This is the storm of the match that they've been waiting for, and we knew they could have these type of matches in Erangel. We've seen them before. Finally, we get to see it once more in this final game here, DK. And for Maddie, they will be on top here with Toffee. 6 eliminations apiece for these players. We know Toffee has been slightly subdued here inside the finals amongst so many other great female talents. They have struggled, but in this game, they are looking to stand strong. Handing over the position against Kasich. The eye-lines down on them. KR Lionesses, meanwhile, still inside of his zone. Everyone fairly comfortable. We'll have to wait for stage 6 to really see that change in play.
Well, there's going to be a big play to see indeed. Now, the final 6 teams trying to hold nice and steady brute force with Dinar all the way on that southern edge of zone. Galatasaray now going to be looking to up the ante, looking to see if they can find the success they need. And now, a very dominating opportunity available to them, right? They're going to have to full sended, find themselves a strong position to hold. As we know, there isn't much hard cover left within the zone, right? It is just open fields. It is all down to positioning and just trying to manipulate the terrain in your favor.
Indeed, in this terrain, if we can call it that, it's a very flat terrain here. It's not really so much that these players can do other, and I would say KLI and S's. There's a slight angle here that Galatasaray have some advantage on. However, Kasich, if it comes to the first peak, will have that advantage as well. So there is some evenness in terms of the locations of these teams. Fenerbahce are also another problem here, keep in mind, for Galatasaray, DK. They are coming up and around, looking towards the rest of Galatasaray's squad. I suspect they may move just into this zone to get a better position for themselves, but given the fact it's the last game, they may hunger for those extra eliminations.
Ooh, it's all going to boil down to the wire here, that final push. Now, as Galatasaray needs to get themselves situated, but of course still facing a bit of opposition, Kasich having to do exactly the same as they now start to mobilize. But as you can see, we got Lakers. They could be on the receiving end of a little bit of that Kasich rush down, heading on through. Ooh, this is
a big move.
Great though for Lakers.
This is a big move indeed. Lakers need to stop this from coming too close. There's only one tap to try draw out the players as the rest will look for the bullets, but they won't be able to find much. And unfortunately for the side of Kasich, they're going to crash into each other. It is a disaster for them. This is not how they wanted this fight to go. Liora getting caught off in the flank, and Galatasaray perfectly take advantage of Kasich limerence and their move, giving up the space, and Galatasaray did not stop. However, Lakers looking to now take advantage of Galatasaray. Caught in the open here. The smokes will come down. They can't finish off that final member. They're going to risk through the revive as Toffee has to defend the spot against Okolka. Unfortunately for Maddie as well, gets themselves into the zone. Cat Veins going to grab another there from the looks of Fenerbahce in tatters, down to only Alem. And DK, Galatasaray, the only real full squad now alive, and 18 elimination points.
They are definitely going to try and beat Digital Athletics 20 elim match. And I mean, there is more than enough teams and players left on the battlefield here for them to accomplish that goal. But the blue is going to be nipping at the heel here of the Lakers The nades come in clutch, and that is going to be the Galatasaray now up to 20. As we are going to be
21.
pushing on through. It is now Fenerbahce with a solo. It is, of course, Brute Force. Dino is still holding nice and steady, but I'm looking over on towards the KR Lionesses.
Yeah, I mean, this really could be a giant push from Galatasaray. They might just upset the scoreboard with a game performance like this. 22 is the biggest so far in terms of eliminations in a single game. They just need to close it out, and KR Lionesses the only ones in their way. Brute Force is still alive, hanging on in a sliver of that zone. It will shift away towards Galatasaray. They're the only ones inside of it now, and KR Lionesses, as comfortable as they have been, will need to make this move. But can the final defense hold?
Well, we are going to find out in just a brief moment. As you can see, Galatasaray starting to just solidify their position here. We got Simadi also ready, right, perched up towards the northern side. Now it's going to be down to the rest of Galatasaray to see how they will be rotating up as the blue is going to start moving up within the next few moments. Dino is still going to be looking to play a very quiet position here, but of course KR Lionesses still having at least a 3-piece up, so there's quite a bit of a response that they can look to bring in.
And this is a very aggressive move here from Galatasaray, moving in this angle. They could have looked for the more northern defensive position. Instead, they're going to completely try to block off both here, Brute Force and KR. Now, until they spot this extra player, they may still think there's a full squad here from the side of KR Lionesses. Brute Force has an excellent opportunity to bring an upset to Galatasaray.
Alright, so here comes the nade. It is going to be Faresh. Ooh, trying to reach into the side there of KR. Cat Veins, though, is going to get dropped. 1 down, 2 to go.
Look at
I like this
this move.
Yeah. Ooh, absolute devastation, though. KR now down to V Nature.
This is a brilliant move coming through from Galatasaray. It is the side of this top side flank. It is so beautiful. They will find a second. They will look for the molly down. They will deny the revive as best they can. They look for the first. It's 25 elimination points. They're looking for 26. This is probably the biggest game that I've seen all of my PUBG Mobile casting career, DK. It's a whopping 35 points. Even with the nerfs to the placement points, it is a fantastic, unfathomable result for them. I mean, what this will do for the standings, I do want to know.
I mean, it's absolutely insane. So, you know, the largest, biggest, most insane congratulations going out to Galatasaray. I mean, pulling such an immense performance, coming through with an insane clutch up. I mean, 25 eliminations. Yeah, I gotta agree. That's insane.
Absurd. I mean, when you think that half of the lobby is 32, they're taking about 35 to 45% of every single player in that game just to themselves. And when you add themselves, of course, right, as 4 players in the game themselves too, DK, it really does make it just all that more impressive how many teams and how much damage they did in that last game.
I think there's no arguing the fact here that Galatasaray they ate a bit of spinach. Right,
yeah, it's a spinach. That's what it was. It was a spinach. It was a 1 game warm up.
They stepped into Sanok. They know what, you know, they said, you know, it's fine, it's great, you know, a lot of greenery here, we feel inspired, let's go get a little bit of spinach. I mean, and of course, looking at the performance that we saw over on Sanok, they came through with 1 elimination, right? This time around, they went 25 times beyond that, getting 25 eliminations and 35 total points. Absolutely phenomenal performance.
I mean, it is an insane performance coming through from Galatasaray here. And to clutch it up in the final game with all the pressure on them here. Galatasaray will, no surprise here, Halal, take down the side of that longest elimination distance, 323 meters. You would have to imagine it comes through from that last second flank, which was beautifully done to really seal the deal on KR Lionesses' game. 251 throwables used, the healing there around the 7,300 mark. It is a very interesting one in terms of the results. DK, I'm really just wanting to get to those overall standings. I want to see what they look like.
You mean both, right? Be waiting here in anticipation. I don't know. It is absolutely insane. Of course, Galatasaray not going to be stopping with the chicken dinner. We do see also that longest head coming through on the team's end as well. So a very exceptionally dominating performance here from Hilal. I mean, what's that? Hilaldi. There we go. Like, were you ever expecting this kind of performance to come through from Galatasaray? Based on what they were doing previously, I would not have said yes, right? Even looking at their previous games on Erangel even, I would not have thought that this would be the play. I mean, previously, they got themselves about, 16 total eliminations across all the Erangels. Now, they got 25 in one single game, just overpowering their own statistics on just this map.
Yeah, it was Digital Athletics on Erangel who took down Galatasaray to get the biggest, or ex-biggest now, tournament game of the competition. And they did so even on Erangel to be able to beat now Digital Athletics score. In fact, not only did they beat it, they've smashed it by another 5 extra points, which is already even that more impressive. 13 points go through to the KR Lionesses. Brute Force at Astra still with 12. Will also keep in mind affect those standings for them too. It's been about Kasich, Limerence and Eagles. I think Kasich and Eagles too, both only getting 5 points and Rook only getting 2. This was the biggest difference. And I mean, no surprise to see all 4 players of Galatasaray and their Cadfanes too in that Lionesses performance up in that top 5.
I mean, it's insane, but it's the amazing, insane kind of play that we've been waiting, and a very, very well deserved performance there. Of course, you got to give it up to Cadfanes. 4 eliminations, despite the aggression coming through here from Galatasaray. I mean, that's still a very, very exceptional play. So I think a big congratulations needs to go out to them as well.
Yeah, I mean, KR Lionesses have definitely in these last 2 games been trying to do their best. I mean, to an absolute storming Galatasaray, 3,684 damage. That might just also be the biggest damage at a tournament. And if it's not, I will be darn surprised, DK. 1,657 still coming out of the KR Lionesses. Brute Force just reaching over 1,000. No surprise, I think, to see the rest of that lobby on the slightly lower damage numbers, considering the situation of this game.
I mean, I don't even know how to process 3,600 damage or 3,700 damage. I mean, it's yeah, I don't know. My mind's melting, but it's a good kind of melting, and I love it. It's amazing. But you also got to give your props for the efforts coming through there from KR as well as Kasich. I mean, Kasich, they were trying to set themselves up for a beautiful play, right? You could see that based on the opportunity they were trying to get, but we did see them just getting absolutely dismembered up onto the northern side of zone, and that was unfortunate. But you got to give the kudos to whoever needs to receive it, because I mean, wow, I would not have guessed, looking at the way that these teams were playing phase 3, that this would be the outcome of the finals, that we would see a team sitting with 3,700 damage on board.
Yeah, I mean, Galatasaray, they've had quite a break here between all of these other teams to now step up to be able to really perform in the finals after not seeing them for 2 weeks, after all of that pressure as well of winning the previous season of the PMEWL too. So it is down to see who is the champion here, DK, and it is going to be Galatasaray with that mega absolutely bonkers performance. They will be the PMEWL mid-season showdown champions. I think we deserved it, to be honest, with that game. That last game really did prove why they are just so feared amongst these other teams.
I mean, that was an exceptionally well-earned victory. I mean, they must be beaming at this point, right? Just so happy, so satisfied with how they played their way through here. I'm also curious as to what Neptua's thoughts would be on just this last performance we saw come through from them.
Yeah, I mean, they really needed a big performance. So I was looking at the overall standings. They would have needed about, to beat around the 114 mark of Kazakh limerence coming into this game. They only got those extra 4 or 5 points, so 118. Galatasaray was sat on, before this game, by the way, 90 points. So they needed that extra push and to get to that first position. The 80 eliminations they had to then boost themselves up with the second chicken dinner as well. I mean, it is only going to be so more impressive. I mean, Kazakh, Rook as well here, going to still take second and third. Eagles and Brute Force at Astra and Denise Bank Wildcats will bring up our other winners, if you like, of the cash prize, the 7,000 split between the top 6 teams. Unfortunate to Fenerbahce, to KR Lionesses. I mean, if KR Lionesses in another non-Galatasaray dominant world, they may have just got into that top 6.
Yeah, I mean, but you can't fault their attempt, right? They played such a strong game. As you can see, both teams sitting in excess of 50 eliminations apiece. A very, very impressive bit of gameplay that we've had here. And of course, speaking about impressive, right? Look at this. It is going to be a Maya ending on 28 eliminations total.
Yeah, 28. I mean, for Kazakh as well, to have still the top spots. And surprising, I think, to only see Maddie on those top 5 points after what we just witnessed. Brute Force, Fiano, ever so consistent in every single phase of this tournament, will still stand in the top 5 eliminations at second position. Tied with, of course, Axe from Rook Dreamcore and Brute Force at Astra's Hate Me, taking that 21 eliminations in the 5th position. What a phenomenal tournament, by the way, as well, DK, to finish that game up on and to watch Galatasaray defend their championship title. It all comes down to the next season and the improvements of these ladies to see if they can continue to contest Galatasaray. It did come down to the wire to see if they can take that crown away. DK, any final words before we end up this stream and tonight?
I am just so excited to see what the future holds for these teams, because I mean the gameplay that we've been seeing over these past few days of action has been so exciting. And I mean, just looking at what Galatasaray were able to do here, insane. And I mean, we've seen actually such a strong attempt coming through from a lot of our teams. Everybody finishing in excess of, at least 20 eliminations apiece. So a lot of excitement being played through here. And I'm really hoping to see a great future for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I mean, really, we are going to be looking at the growth in terms of the skills and these players have learned. Experience just even through this tournament has definitely been a massive improvement from all of these ladies. I think really speaking up as well, DK, to what these ladies can do. And I'm really excited, as we said, to see what they can push out in our next PMEWL season. We'll have to see, because it is all from this PMEWL season, mid-season showdown tournament. It is the end of the road. Galatasaray are our champions, and we'll see who comes out next time. See you all, and good night.
Oh,